Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello everyone, how's it going? Welcome back. Welcome back to Ninja Pulls. How we doing? Who we got? We got Conjured Samurai. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hello there. Come here, my little friend. Orcsuse, hey there. Johnny. Hey, I've missed you guys. Hope you had a lovely, well-deserved break. Oh, come on, man. We've been gone one day. But thank you so much. Very kind to say. Right, let's kill the music. Let's fade that out. And Calantax, I saw you wondering... No, this is not the Mega Man music. This is actually a piece from Vampire Survivors. It's called Copper Green Intent. You should be able to get it on Spotify, whatever. As far as I know, they just haven't... I should probably check, shouldn't I? As far as I know, they haven't put copyright on that music. They just let you use it. You know, a lot of in-game music is like that. And this is just a really, really cool track. So, yeah. Well, welcome back, everybody. Let's flip on over to the game. I did want to talk about a couple of articles on the ESO website real quick. Well, one on the forums, one on the news section to do with the changes they made to the Writhing Wall, and the Witches Festival, which starts tomorrow. But yeah, quickly, let's catch up and say good morning and hello to everyone. Mama Buna's here. I'm not certain if you've had enough of a break. Well, I thank you for your concern. You're an absolute sweetheart. Belorda, hello. Phew, was getting scared there'll be no Ninja Pulls stream today. No. In fact, we have discussed this. We haven't come back down on exactly what we're going to do, but we want to have a schedule. We don't have to stick to it 100% every week, but I think Maya's plan at the moment is 5 or 6 days a week rather than 4 days a week, which we did for a while. It just didn't feel like enough. But yeah, that's probably where we're at. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll figure out what the best times are, whether it's better to do fewer, longer streams or more shorter streams. Who the hell knows? I still feel like I'm very new at this. I've got to figure it out. But yeah, welcome back, everyone. And Calantax, hi. Love it. Imperiex, good morning. Moose, hello there. Conjured Samurai Maya, man. Now that is a terrifying thought. I love it. Polar Bear, hello there. Oh, thank you for all the happy emotes. I love that shit. I recognize quite a few of those. Got some man bear nugs in there. Calantax Vampire Survivors. Exactly, yeah. Greetings, nerds. Hey there, fellow kids. Hey, Vezok, how you doing? Got a really sweet message from Vezok yesterday saying, oh no, I'm not going to be around tomorrow to do any modding. It's like, dude, we are taking a day off. The only part of it that wasn't awesome was in the evening. Maya started thinking about, oh, I have to go back to work tomorrow. Because she hasn't really had any holiday, obviously. She's spent all of her 8 days off working on the raid train, streaming with me here. But she loves it. She absolutely loves it. It's really deeply unfair that it works out that I'm the one who does the YouTube, so that I'm the one who gets to go full-time content creation. Well, one of us, and unlucky for Maya, that's her, she has to continue doing, you know, a regular job. I mean, her job is actually quite cool, but it's not what she wants to do 9 to 5. So in many ways, it goes both ways. On the one hand, we have to be thankful. We're lucky to be able to do what we do, that we live comfortably in a part of the world that isn't war-torn or whatever. All of that stuff. You've got to stay thankful, but you can't let it black out the fact that you want things for yourself. Pretty Little Head Poppy Seed. Rit time. Oh, good prompt. I was actually going to do Rits, but now you've made me second guess. Now we're just going to throw some soundtrack on here. And go back to Solstice, I think. New Nam Tab, good morning to you as well. Hope my meeting doesn't get in the way of the how to build for survivability segment. Well, I'll give you the very short version now. It's stuff that a lot of you guys know very, very well. It's just that a lot of people, a surprising number of people, are like, oh, well, thank you for the tip. Make sure you are giving yourself major resolve, major prophecy and savagery, major brutality and sorcery, and then that you use these... terrible example, I actually have them on me. Whoops. We want... Yeah, we want these. And make sure you can use these kind of potions. You don't have to pop them like Tic Tacs all the time. But Tri-Stat potions. Health, magic, or stamina. It just allows you to build more for survivability, and you can get a lot of your sustain from these potions, and then you can run food with big stats on it. It's not always going to work, especially if you have banner or something like that, and in trials you won't always need to do this. You certainly don't need to worry about major resolve, and you shouldn't have to worry about major brutality and sorcery, but just as a general checklist, major resolve, in this case I'm using hurricane, major prophecy and savagery, major brutality and sorcery, in this case I'm getting those from crit surge, major brutality and sorcery, and you can just put Camo Hunter on the front bar for savagery and prophecy. There are loads of ways of getting both of those. I'm not going to go into all of that. And then potions, max stat food. So those 4 things. Most of you people know this already. Then there are additional tips like Pragmatic Fate Carver, Puncturing Strikes from the Magplar, Reaving Blows, Crit Surge, Ring of the Pale Order, you know, these kind of things. But I think a lot of the time those are just bonuses. If you just go for... Like, people are dying to the siege camps here. And I guarantee you if they would just incorporate those ideas into their build, you don't lose any damage by doing any of this, by the way. No damage at all, necessarily. So that's the short version. We'll go into more detail a little bit later. Might even do some solo arena stuff to show it off. But yeah, there we go. Mama Bruno, not even 48 hours. Mama says it wasn't long enough to recover. I mean, remember, the day-to-day, the work, quote-unquote, part that you guys see is pretty easy and very fun. The actual streaming, that is the easy part. Apart from when you have tech issues and all of that. That sucks and is stressful. But thank you. I mean it, Mama Bruno. Thank you for your concern. Sounds dismissive. No, I mean it. Thank you so much from us and from any streamer, on behalf of any streamer that you talk to and remind them to get up, take a walk, stretch, have a glass of water. It's very easy to get zeroed in on the one thing. And yeah, we all know it's bad. You know, I used to work all the jobs I've had, practically, that weren't sort of student jobs or jobs when I was a kid, just trying to make some pocket money, working in retail and stuff like that. Literally all of my other jobs have been sedentary, you know, office work, sitting at a desk, and you need to, even when I was like 22 or whatever, and I just finished my master's degree and was working as a researcher for this management consultancy that I'd got a job at whilst I was on jury service and all of that shit. Even then I was aware that, man, you've got to get up, stretch your legs, go to the water cooler, go make yourself an extra cup of tea or something. I swear that's the best thing about the Brits and their obsession with tea, is that it gets you up and to go over to the kettle to do something. Just get up away from your desk for 5 freaking minutes, you know? The worst thing about it is that 90% of them seem to put milk and sugar in every cup, which is, well, if you ask me, it's gross as hell. Like, just have the tea. If you have good tea, you don't put sugar in that. It's delicious. It's lovely. And it's incredibly bad for you. You know, 2 spoonfuls of sugar every cup, and you have like 6 cups a day? Yikes. I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure that ain't right. Yeah, counterattacks, I got it later, they are awesome. Archmage Alec, hey, what's the top 3 DPS builds? Oh, I would dread this kind of question. No such thing. Anyone who tries to sell you that is oversimplifying, or they're not trying to help you. Especially now that subclassing exists. The truth is, if you are a top DPS player, you are changing builds all the freaking time. You know, you're using builds like you would get through, I don't know, chewing gum. What's a good example of something which doesn't last very long? It's like, what's the best meme? What's the best GIF for me to post? Anyone who uses just one GIF in every Discord conversation or every interaction on the internet, what the hell? They're not going to get very far. Their humor's not going to penetrate very deep, is it? Like, after a while, like, it ain't good. Even if you pick the very, very best one, you will wear it out very quickly. The combat in ESO is constantly changing. If you want a really good standard thing to work with, an Arcanist with Pragmatic Fate Carver is extremely hard not to recommend. Then I would combine that with Assassination. So we're talking about these 3 skill lines. Arcanist, Herald of the Tome, Assassination. These will get you through almost any fight anywhere. And then what you add to it as the third is very much up to you. I would tend, personally, to go for one of the following. If I'm solo, or if I'm doing dungeons with people I don't know or trust, I'd go with Storm Calling, so I can use Hurricane for Major Resolve, and the passives are really good. Right? So that's one option. Assassination, Herald of the Tome, and then Storm Calling. The other 2 options are Ardent Flame instead of Storm Calling, so still Assassination, Herald of the Tome, and now but with Ardent Flame instead. Again, the passives are lovely. The active skills are insanely good. That is very good for cleave damage. If you don't mind your rotation being a little bit more complicated, if we're talking trial DPS, maximum damage, this can be very, very, very good indeed. And the third and final choice, again, Assassination plus Herald of the Tome. You don't need to run either of these, I'm just saying. If there are 2 no-brainers out there, these are the ones. Then the third one is Dawn's Wrath. Again, the passives ain't bad, but really the main thing is for Solar Barrage, and of course, Radiant Oppression, or if you're on a stamina character, the hell is it called? Oh no! Oh, you guys know the one I mean, the other morph, whose name escapes me momentarily. Adric Spear you can add in the mix as well, but I'm saying if I have to limit it to 3, those are the 3. Adric Spear is if you're more of a lazy player and you don't want to actively, you want a simpler rotation. Adric Spear is very good, but there are loads that are really good. Gravelord is insanely good. I would argue it's better than Adric Spear, but I'm still not including it because I think for those 3 types of scenario. But yeah, the truth is, Mama Buna and whoever's saying other stuff. Radiant Glory, thank you, Belorda. I knew it was Radiant something. I'm thinking of Radiant Aura, and that's not right. That's the other one. But the truth is, you could do so many things. I would say that Herald of the Tome, especially with Pragmatic Fate Carver, but even if you want pure single target damage, you can go for Rune Blades plus Tentacular Dread. It's crazy. And this is not the most exciting and balanced meta that we're in right now. In fact, people like me are moaning and groaning a little bit that, subclassing isn't finished, they need to balance it more, there are all these dead skill lines that aren't really worth looking at. Imagine how much variety we will actually have once they do that shit right. It's gonna be wild. Because right now, there's sort of, if you're just talking from DPS, let's not even get into tanking and healing, but there is at least one for every class that is very attractive for damage. Herald, Gravelord, Animal Companions, Adric Spear and Dawn's Wrath. Storm Calling, arguably Daedric Summoning as well, but not so much. Definitely Storm Calling though, and then sort of a 1.5 in Sorcerer. Ardent Flame, fantastic. Assassination, fantastic. We already have quite a lot to choose from as it is. And I'm not taking it back. I'm not like rowing back anything that I or others have said about subclassing being incomplete or unsatisfactory in some areas. Like there's more they need to do, but yeah. So I hope that was helpful, Archmage Alec or Alec. I bet it wasn't. I bet you just wanted me to say top 3 builds, boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately, I'm not going to lie to you, the game doesn't work like that. Occasionally, you will get something which just sticks out a mile of everything else, but usually, the way it works, and the way it should work, in my opinion, is that you have a couple of setups that are competing with one another for the top spot. And gear as well, we're not even going to get into that. And then there are a few other chases, and if you choose anything from among that handful, you're probably going to be fine. Unless there's a very specific thing you and your group need to do, and your raid lead says to you, "Nuh-uh, what are you doing bringing a beamer when we need cleave damage?" A Templar beamer, you know? But yeah, that I love getting that kind of question. / hate getting that kind of question, because it sends me down a rabbit hole for 5-10 minutes. But there we go. Losertrone, thank you very much for being curious about the Discord. And Lazy Plays, hello, hello. And I have to let you guys know, absolutely. But Lorda, I thought about just picking up today and doing twice because of Witches Festival, double XP. Don't have that many CP left, so I'm doing them now. Witches is tomorrow, right? Or is it today? Let's actually check. We'll be going over this in just a moment anyway. Yeah, begins tomorrow. Here we go. In fact, we could go through this right now. I'll just catch up with chat first, then we can go over this stuff. I will see if I have time to do a proper written guide for this like we normally do. I'm just a little bit buried at the moment, so I'm not sure if I will have time to do it. But we will go over that in just a moment. Very exciting. Yeah, survivability. My immediate thoughts, be tank. Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you so much. Welcome on in, everybody. But yeah, no DPS as a tank. Lies and slander. Light attack and heavy attack like everyone. Even do my unstable wall AoE. Yikes. And Caltex, yes, merciless resolve, indeed. Indeed, indeed. Or grim focus, whichever one you want. People mostly die because they keep standing in stupid. That too. But honestly, if they're built, like, if you bring the Arcanist setup similar to the way I have it set up, you can stand in probably 90% of AoEs and just fucking chill. As long as you're dealing damage, you ain't gonna die. There's very, very little in the game. And yeah, don't get me wrong, once you get into proper trial content, yes, there are far more things that can and will kill you. But that's not the majority of the game. Don't pay too much attention to the Sork Execute. I'm using it just for the lulz. It's not a skill I really recommend using. But for AoE stuff like this, actually it's not that bad. Also, the same with the ult. I just love that ult, that crescent sweep. Man, it feels so good. But look at this, I don't even have the healing. My crit surge has run out. I don't have the healing morph of jabs. Puncturing strikes. I've just got biting jabs here. But reaving blows is so strong. I don't even have major resolve up now, and it was taking a few seconds for me to die. Right, now we can destroy this thing. Fezman, do you always try to keep resolve on your bar? For me, it's contextual. Yeah, so if I've already got it, then clearly no. Don't need it. That's why Storm Calling loses a lot of its appeal for me, and for others, if we are in a good group in dungeons or trials with a tank that knows what the hell they're supposed to do. That situation is a lot rarer than it should be. I'm very lucky. I run with an organized guild for the most part. So I always have tanks providing major resolve. And then absolutely, yeah, do not run it. You'll never see me using Storm Calling in trials. Almost never. But as a default, which is kind of what... Why are things not casting? Weird. But as a default, it's not a bad idea at all. So I think it's like the burden of proof is on... Do I not use it rather than do I use it? Like, it's automatically a justified skill. In my opinion. Especially if it's Hurricane. If you've got something else which is gimping your damage by slotting it, then yeah. Bit more of an open question. But no, you're absolutely right. Major resolve is not a thing you always need to run yourself, ideally you get it from a support in Dungeons and Trials. And if you're not, frankly, they don't know what they're doing, so maybe leave the group. But just in case you're doing pugs or you're by yourself or whatever, use the armory system. Boop. And have a couple of different setups, you know? Like, I actually have 3 for this character because sometimes I will do Magicka DPS testing on it as well, but you could, in theory, just go Overworld, and then you've got the Major Resolve there, the Hurricane or whatever, and then have a different one where you are running something else. A different skill line. Say, Dawn's Wrath, for example, or Adric Spear for ease of use. And I like to think that standing is stupid is a great way for healers to test their healing output. Yeah. But Lord of Commons bot did delete the giveaway entries again, so I wrote bad bot into chat, and the bot answered. I was shocked. That's funny. And White Wolf, welcome on in once again. But Lord, most of the time you can't out-heal the stupid. That's true. Can't out-heal one-shots. At least now you get to sit at a desk and yap for hours. Yes, Vezog, indeed, indeed. Tissues, Mamafuna. Well, I've heard there's no way to cure or heal stupid, but I'll defer to your expertise as a healer on this one. And thank you so much. Welcome on in, DC6000 and Dark J. Louis. Love it. This one might be good forever. It will, Erin. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Hope your week is going well. It seems like ages ago, but it is just 2 days ago we were hanging out on Monday, giving away half of the internet, it seems, in terms of prizes and crowns and content passes and collector's editions and all that shit. Did you guys have fun? Tell me true. And Erin Baran, Stormcalling, so good. PvE and PvP, yes. I hard agree. Definitely in PvE, there are times when it, as soon as you take Hurricane off the table, it's like, okay, well, what am I left with? There's not that much here. If I'm in a group that's doing its job, you know, I shouldn't need Crit Surge, I shouldn't need Hurricane, then what else is there? There's the pre-buff. You can do with Overload, which is insanely cool, and the passives are really, really nice. However, there are going to be better options. Man, so much chat today. I love it. Love it, guys. Where's the energy coming from? Callantax, Jesus Beam. Yep, so I'm a few minutes behind now. Passives are so OP. Damage sustain, armor, surge. Yeah, exactly. Erin Baran, you and I are... I'm making lines from my eyes to yours right now. Our minds are in sync on this. Absolutely. And we're not the only ones. Like, we haven't discovered some hidden tech. Stormcalling is extremely popular. Log in the evenings and find a streamer who isn't using it in PvP. Bislobo and Kumul don't count. Yeah, most important mantra for healers is you can't heal stupidity. Absolutely. Because it gives the passives. I mean, Warhorn is unnecessary. Yeah, but then what do you replace Warhorn with? That's very contextual. You might already be able to hit, especially with sacks. Like, what are you going to run instead? When it comes to comp the group, more often you'll have sacks to cover that, rather than or Lucent, rather than getting everyone to run a specific skill line. Better to change one set than to change 8 skill lines on 8 players. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's all contextual. Depends how your raid leader is putting it together. And a lot of the time, it starts with, do we want the Jesus Beam or not? How useful is that going to be? And if we want it, do we want it on everyone? Or do we want it on 2, 3, 4 DDs? What are we going to do? So, like the tech from pre-subclassing, for example, just as an example, on Tideborn Teleria hard mode was generally, I'm saying, bring a bunch of Arcanists, maybe a couple of Necros. Corpse Burster was a strong thing back then, but you usually have 2 Templars in the group for pure single target damage. Bobo Templar, Bobo Stamplar with the Execute Beam. Just because Tideborn Teleria's Execute is kind of horrible. And so long as you have enough splash and cleave damage to burn down the ads during the rest of the fight, then put everything else into single target. But you need a very organized and static group in order to do that. Most of us aren't in that position most of the time, which is another reason why these questions are so difficult to answer, aren't they? And Tiago, oh look, it's alive! Exactly. And we do appreciate the fact that in every trial, despite us giving a million warnings... Yeah, alright. You try. Erin, what's up with Discord notifications of Android phone? I don't know. You tell me. Sometimes they show up on time, sometimes whenever they feel like it. Oh, Vezok, I have my metal playlist ready. Hell yeah! Let's not even bring this up. I'll give you a million more recommendations. All of them better than Vezok's, obviously. Nah, just kidding. But that is a rabbit hole I do not want to dive down on stream. Even though I bet most people here are into metal. The Venn diagram of ESO fans and heavy metal fans seems to be pretty much a perfect overlap, as far as I can tell. And yeah, the Lord of Witches is tomorrow. Good, good, good. Voganoid! And Red Oranka, thank you very much for the follows. Really, really appreciate it. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind with chat. We had a very, very in-depth question, which I've seen no response to, so I'm glad I took 10 minutes to answer it. I wonder if the person who asked is even here. If they even listened. I bet they didn't. But whatever, it's good advice anyway, and I appreciate the query. If it gets me to stop yapping about nonsense and gets me to offer some, like, useful info. I'm saying the best way to teach people, do the same as Tank, just that if they stand too far away and there's an ad I can't chain because they're too far away, they get to have that one all on their own. Stay with the group, don't go solo. Yeah, what's the point of getting a group together if you're going to act like you're solo? Even in overworld content, you guys have seen me get a little bit fucking furious with random players who kite the boss. It's like, oh my goodness. Luckily, most of the time, those people don't have enough damage to actually get aggro. But when they do, it is infuriating when they aggro something and then immediately do this. And start running away whilst light attacking it. It's like, that doesn't do shit. Stand still, defend yourself, and, you know, make the boss stand in my AoEs, your AoEs, where the damage is. And it will die. Don't run around with it. Take it away from all the damage. Infuriating. Belorda. Papa Jester's hosting an Ossian Cage this Friday. Yeah, that'll be interesting. I don't think I've ever seen Jester lead that trial. So maybe I should come along. Is that a teaching run? It's not, is it? So please don't sign up if you don't know the trial already. I don't think Jester would post a teaching run there. Speaking of which, I should do a couple of those coming up. But yes, if you're not on our Discord, if you do play on PCEU, roll up. We've got trials starting again. I'm appearing offline, I guess. Sorry about that. Rowdy Raider, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow, and hello, Greykirk. And Springroll Bandit, here we go. And unfucked up, mate. Left ESO 2 years ago and just came back. Don't know why I gave you that accent. I'm sorry. Springroll Bandit. And unfucked up, left ESO 2 years ago and just came back and then realized for 2 years my monthly sub kept ticking from my PayPal balance. What the fuck do I do with 60k crowns? Well, if you are starting to play again, this is going to sound very, very selfish. It is not. If you really don't want what to do with them, two things. You can sit on them and wait for something really cool to show up, and then you can buy it. You know, crown crates, whatever. But if you're not into that, if you just don't think there's ever any chance of you getting through it, you can sell them and make a lot of in-game gold, and then you can do things with that gold. I, for one, don't tend to buy crowns anymore. I used to buy a lot every year. These days, I try to make as much gold as I can in-game, which means, you know, 150 million a year or thereabouts. I don't know how much I actually make, but it usually means that I don't have to buy crowns. I can just buy them with gold from friends. But yeah, that is... Oh, that's rough. Well, thank you for supporting the studio, but yeah, I wish you could go back in time and cancel that one. That's harsh. And Fezman said, the new meta with subclassing, aside from all major pain points everyone has already mentioned, has me worried that weapon abilities have been sidelined a bit by people. Ideally, class and weapon abilities should work in tandem. Seems they're just getting outperformed. For the moment, yeah. For the moment, absolutely right. We've still got some, there are some outliers like, you know, like Quick Cloak or Deadly Cloak if you prefer. Obviously some of the scribed abilities, things like Volley and Poison Injection, and clearly Blockade, Elisus. But yeah, you're absolutely right. These used to be... What they would do often is patch in the gaps left by your class setup, your class abilities, right? Your class toolkit. That's why, one of the reasons why Arcanist used so few weapon abilities, because there were no fucking gaps in its toolkit from day one. It had Sustain, it had Cleave, it had Single Target, it had Burst. It just had everything. It had Ultigen, it had all the things. There were literally no gaps or weaknesses in the toolkit. It was even the easiest thing to play. Like, ludicrously overtuned in just every department. But yeah, you're right about that, Fezman, yeah. Yeah, 2 years ESO Plus will be 39.6k crowns, am I right? And I had saying, yeah, fair to critique. I'm not using a single weapon ability. Oops, lied, got Executioner. 39, yeah, from plus 20k from gambling crates left over. Wow. Used to gamble so many crates back then because I was a gambling gremlin. Well, then maybe it's a fun thing. You can just go ham on all of the upcoming crown crates. Because they do keep getting cooler, I feel like. They get better and better at giving us the... That's the real FOMO game they're playing. Fortunately, plenty of people can resist. I tend to be a bit of a sucker. Not for everything, but, you know, there are certain things in this latest round. I was like, I don't really want any of... Oh, no. This one I did want. Partly because of my buddy Sin, who always wanted a rat mount in the game. And I want him to come back and see me riding this thing. For years, he was talking about a rat mount. Rat mount when? Just as a joke. I don't think he really thought they would do it, but now they've done it. So yeah, if that's your thing, easy solution. Yeah, Decon Assistant, Armory Assistant. Aki Kinazo, welcome on, and thank you so much for the follow. Still catching up with chat. I'm getting there, guys. Think of all the soul gems you can buy. Ugh, don't even. That's a horrible thing to say. But Lord, in my group, we don't run Major Force. DD is just slot fighting finesse. Yeah, every group is different. Are you talking dungeons, or is that a trial group? Because you're in loads of groups, aren't you? But it depends. Often what we will do in Ninja Pools is we'll figure out what to do based on what the DDs are bringing. Loads of you have got Gravelord? Okay, well then we'll do it this way. We won't run Alkosh, we'll run crit sets. But if loads of you have got, you know, Adric Spear for some reason, then we'll do the opposite. But generally, if you're going for a proper prog, a static prog for a while, the raid lead will come up with a comp that answers all of this. And it just means that you will have to run what they ask you to, doesn't it? So again, the question of what is the meta DPS setup right now is kind of moot. Because if you're ever in the situation where you are genuinely pushing meta, you got a raid lead who's going to tell you. At least for PvE. That's generally the way I look at it. Yeah, Fezman, I haven't really seen anyone talking about it. I think we're talking about it here. We've been talking about it here quite a bit. That weapon skill lines are sadly neglected at the moment. But again, it's a thing that will hopefully either get fixed or get easier to fix once they balance out the subclassing situation. Once they move things around, like, well, this is just me saying what I think they should do. I've said it many times. I think they should spread out the damage and the support power a little bit more evenly between skill lines, so that a DPS is looking greedily at all of these. Everything. I know that will be unpopular at first, but I think it would solve so many problems with subclassing as it stands. You know, the complaint that, oh, it's just Herald of the Tome everywhere. And the complaint that pure classes are left in the dirt because of this. They can't keep up. It wouldn't... I don't mean to imply it's a silver bullet, it fixes everything, but it makes all of those problems so much easier to solve, either immediately or over the medium to long term. You know what I mean? Guns and Raiders, howdy howdy, how's it going? Yeah, but a lot of players don't understand that most of the healing is on the boss. Yeah. It's crazy. We got very good groups where I need to hammer this home. So you guys think you're standing in the right place, but you're spread out like all over the place, and at least they're near the boss. And these are like experienced players who've got multiple trifectas and shit like that. But because we're doing a new prog, and it's a hard mode they're not that familiar with or whatever, or just because they're arcanists and they can kind of stand wherever and their setup is going to work. Yeah, you really need to remind people, no, stack the fuck up. You really need to stack. Give the healer a nice, big, beautiful bullseye for them to place not only their heals so that you don't die, but all of their buffs. Like, why are you running away from the damage? You're losing DPS and survivability, you know? Webby in the Well and King Hellfire. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. Drops are still on, by the way, for another almost a month. Crazy. And the charity event that we were doing during the Writhing Raid Train is still on. If you want to donate to the American Heart Association, I certainly will not stop you.
Hello there.
It's a shame the game is not cross-play. Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't that be something? And Moose had a Godslayer yesterday in a dungeon, trying to walk into a different time zone. Yikes. Hey, King Hellfire. Hi, everyone. How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Hope everyone is having a good week so far. What is it? Wednesday already. Gee. Crazy. Yeah, that's funny, Moose. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I would love crossplay. I think everyone would. But yeah, there's likely quite a few issues with implementing it, i.e. it's fucking impossible. Is that what you're trying to say? I don't think we have any realistic reason to ever hope for that. I would love to see limited, even just limited aspects of crossplay appear in the game. It'd be wonderful. But true crossplay? It just sounds like the more I talk to people who know what that would entail, the more I lose hope that we would ever see anything like it. Yeah, and Orcs Fuse. I think most games now are crossplay, and an MMO with this much gravitas not having crossplay is borderline criminal. Agreed. If it were made now, that I think you're right. There's no question. There would be no question that devs would make it crossplay. But at the time, like, even making it for console was seen as like radically audacious, you know? There are no other games like this on console. Certainly if you look at ESO's PvP, there's literally no experience like that. I mean, you could argue there's not much of an experience like that for PC either, but certainly on console, there's nothing like it. Yeah, always keep in mind, Belord is saying every trial trifecta needs 10 to 11 good players. I don't even think it does. I don't even think that's true. I think getting a personal no-death in a trial, for most of them, maybe Rockgrove, Dreadsail, maybe sanities, but I'm not going to lie to you guys. I have lost count of the number of conversations I've been a part of where people are saying, oh, did you hear so-and-so got their mind mender? Or so-and-so got their planesbreaker? And they're like, what? How? They absolutely suck. And I've not done that. I've not been the person doing the shit talking, generally. But I've heard that conversation so many times. I wish people would take their tank companions and stick them where the sun don't shine. It's actually quite annoying. Like, surely after a couple of siege camps where the boss wanders left to right and up and down and all over the place, you'd be thinking, maybe I should unslot my useless companion for these encounters. No? It's not like he's adding anything to the fight whatsoever. I'll keep the companion's salt to a minimum. I promise. But yeah, I've seen that a lot, Belorda. You're absolutely right, where people have a trifecta and others are like saying, how on earth did this happen? Because the truth is, finding the group is the hard part. Doing enough damage and, you know, moving around enough to stay alive and obeying the mechanics in order to get the trifecta at the individual level is usually not that hard. And I'm not saying that as someone who has no trifectas and is therefore bitter. Not at all. I have all the easy ones. And I have a few of the tougher ones. I don't have a planesbreaker or a swashbuckler. But I know for a fact I'm good enough to get a planesbreaker because I've lost count of how many times I've done the triple hard mode in there without dying. It's a lot. And that's not because I'm amazing or was doing a great job. Just a bit of practice and a bit of good fortune every time. So yeah, you're absolutely right. And Pretty Little had Poppy Seed. Possible companion gear drops, monetary difference at least. They make great temporary tanks. Yeah, but that, you know, if you're wrecking the fight for other people, would it really not occur to unslot them? I would never dream of bringing a companion to this. It just seems rude. But yeah, you think they're doing it because they want the XP. Maybe so. But for the few days where I did run with a companion, I found that he leveled extremely quickly anyway. But yeah, maybe that's it. Color Denson, thank you very much for the follow. Belorda, they won't only have the technical solution, but also the PTS cycles would have to change because console getting 2 patches. Yeah, there would have to be a huge amount of stuff. And Karlantak says, I'm afraid Zos is going to nerf Arcanist. Instead of buffing up all the other skill lines, then this is going to make players quit for real. I hope not. The fact that they haven't brought the nerf hammer down on Arcanist pretty much at any point, they've taken a chisel to it. Because I think their spreadsheets say, this is me guessing, but I would imagine the spreadsheet says Arcanist is fine. All of the values, all of the trade-offs, they look fine on paper, but you only have to play it for 5 minutes to see that that doesn't tell the whole story. So I would like to think, what I hope they're doing is figuring out a way to bring it to... either bring everything else up to par or bring the Arcanist down a little bit without killing it. Without suddenly putting it, like, low in the mix. But yeah, this is the problem. This is the problem with giving too much and then having to take it away in the name of balance. It's like the irresponsible populist politician who slashes taxes left and right and suddenly then finds themselves in a recession. Oh, fuck. You know, what do we do now? We've got no revenues from anywhere. We can't raise taxes because the people hate that shit. If you give the players something that is that easy and that strong, you then set yourself a hard task of getting rid of it, because people will be annoyed. They got used to it, even if it was grossly unfair or overtuned. Once people are used to it, it's very hard to do anything about. I think that's And that's something they're aware of. Mo's saying on the Reddit AMA, the devs said they're actively working on crossplay, and I'm not sure I like it. And spellsling and cross-save would be great if I could visit all the cool housing builds on PS and Xbox. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. I'm sure that is the type of thing the devs would start with. But yeah, just the idea of doing that. The idea of me being able to take my collectibles that aren't in-game. You know, things like these polymorphs that aren't earned in-game. If I could just have those on the NA server or console, I'm so much more likely to make a console account. Or to play more on my NA account, which I never do. If I just had the collectibles that I've got over here. Not earned stuff. You know, stuff like the Clockwork Curator. I don't get that guy. I need to go and earn him myself. Or buy it. Whatever. In the same way that I don't get titles or skins for doing achievements. Even that step would be amazing. If they could do the other thing as well. So that all of my progress is saved. That would be wild if I could just delete my NA account and log out right now. And I log back in on NA and Borba is standing right here. This is my Nightblade character. She was an orc a while back, so hence the name Borba. Borba. That would be sick. I would love it. I would play on NA all the freaking time. Because so many of my friends are there. Yeah, Ozfuse. I would even settle for a sliver of crossplay. Think of when you use Dungeon Finder. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's... You'd imagine that's the kind of thing they were looking at to begin with. And one of the main reasons I would love crossplay to be viable, simply to have an increased player base to play with. Yep. Especially for the console folks. Imagine how they feel about that. When they open up Group Finder and they see... Wow, I mean, that's not good. All trial groups, there's one right now. For a normal ass. This is literally just called ass. Hey, Furo Pure, bobber. My wife is Czech. Maya is Czech, so in Czech it has no E, it's just bobber, like that, bobber. Which is even harder to say. In Danish it's biwa. In case anyone's mystified, we're talking about the Polish word for beaver here. Hey Fire Thunder, how's it going? Yeah, Belorda, it's midday, so it's normal. Aren't many groups at the moment. Sure, but there would be more if crossplay was a thing. We can daydream. We can daydream. Let's, how many souls have I got here? 2. Give me a break. Let's do a few more of these camps. These are fun. I still think it would have been fun if they were a bit more difficult. But whatever. I'm hoping they'll be able to ramp up the difficulty in Phase 2 even further than they might have originally. I don't know if that's a thing that they can really implement, but hopefully it is. The major problem with a lot of people's feedback in Phase 1 is, oh, these quests are boring. Can we get, like, more quests? Well, that's the thing they can't do, obviously. They would need to draft, finalize, and approve a script, and then hire voice actors, do all the contract work with them, get the voice lines directed, recorded, mixed, imported into the game. No fucking way. Like, to be able to do that in time, I've heard some people unironically suggesting that they add more quests. It's like, I don't think you thought for 2 seconds about what that means. Because the criticism is legit. If they're saying, I would like this to be more fun, that's okay, there's nothing wrong with saying that. But saying, oh, they need to add more quests. Yeah, the useless companion needs the XP, Spellslinger. Belorda, tank companions and ranged companions are a pain in the ass. Especially ranged tank companions. Why doesn't the companion gap close and then take the taunt, at least? Like, Why? Yeah, we know we've got it good when we can complain about these small little annoyances, right? And Ozfuse, I get that it won't happen, but yeah, it's a good nice to have. I mean, something may happen one day. They're being very cryptic in the way they talk about it. Like, Rich Lambert was very keen. I think he was quite dismayed with how the YouTube clickbaiters grabbed a hold of what Matt Firor said and tried to make it sound like, oh, it's definitely being worked on. He was here in this chat shooting that idea down pretty firmly. But the fact that it's been brought up again subsequently, and again, they haven't just shot it down. They've sort of said, yeah, don't get your hopes up, guys. It's just, we're just seeing if it's possible. Why did I just ult that guy? That was dumb. Don't take advice from me. I just ultied Vorvoom. Svanvert, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Happy Wednesday. No one's doing off balance here. That's been one of the delights of this, is how often you will pull these bosses and you'll find the off balance is immediately triggered. I'm pretty sure this character has exploiter slotted right now. Or she might not. The hopping around bugs me. That was very annoying to solo, you can imagine. Did someone use Minor Mangle on that boss? He had like 1.5 million HP missing, it seemed. You guys remember Minor Mangle? Is that even a thing still? Minor Mangle, yeah, there it is. Still there. Just no one uses it anymore. Well, clearly someone is. Fun. Pretty sure that was it.
Not so close, Patches. I wouldn't want you to come down at this.
Hey, welcome on in, Brno Aln. If you're from Brno, I've actually been there. Apologies for my pronunciation. And next, hey Ninja, built your Dawnwrath Beam Arc and hit only 90k DPS, all perfected gold gear, and CP and Mundus and pots. You reckon it's my rotation or not a light attack weaving? It'll be both. You gotta light attack weave, always. It procs your enchantments, it'll generate ult much more quickly, and yeah, like little gaps in the rotation here and there. What you want is to... Let's take an example here. What you want, if you can use this tool, it'll help you a lot. And if you're not sure how to read it, join our Discord and you can post screenshots of the fight stats and the info. This is Combat Metrics, or CMX for short. It's really, really useful. What you want, usually, is... It's a bit more complicated than this, but basically, 9 times out of 10, people are losing damage from... gaps between casts, so slow, a slow rotation, a slowtation, if that's the thing, and dots, so dots being recast. Like, I'm deliberately doing this every 18 seconds, because although Stampede is 15 seconds, the buff from the Maelstrom Greatsword is 18 seconds. That's the bit I'm interested in. So I've got relatively minimal downtime. It's not great, could be a little bit better. But yeah, 0.7 seconds downtime is okay. Same with Barb Trap, 19 seconds there is about right. Skeletal Archer is a 20-second dot. Well, it's not a dot, but you know what I mean. 20-second ability. So 1.5 seconds downtime is okay. These kind of things. Detonating Siphon, again. You want to look for gaps there where, oh, well, hang on, Barb Trap is 20 seconds. I should be recasting it more often. And you want to look for these numbers here. But please post in our Discord if you're on there, and I can personally take a look at it, if that would help. Polar Bear was saying, I don't run pets or a companion, but eventually I will try it. My companion will be a healer. I think they're most useful as healers and tanks. I think it's a little bit sad that Zos haven't... I guess, why would they do this? Why would they go and say, by the way, this feature of ours, it sucks. It doesn't suck, but the companions are often misinterpreted as being for combat. You know, like the companions in a BioWare game. It is essential that you use them for combat, right? You try and solo everything, you're going to make the game 10 times harder. The companions in ESO are nothing like that. They were never meant to be particularly useful in combat. In fact, they were terrible when they were released, and they've buffed them a little bit since. But people do say they find it most useful when they're a support. Because even though the tank usually dies, if there's anything remotely... anything with actual damage, the companion tank will die to it. At least they'll survive long enough to take the edge off you, often long enough for you to kill the thing before it kills the companion. So yeah, enjoy. Good luck with it. They're definitely fun, up to a point. I just wish they were more... they had more story and character about them. That would have been the whole point of it for me. Because in combat, they're terrible. And you could dress them up, and that's cool. But for me, it would have been... that's the other side of it, you know, the BioWare companion. The thing that they do is they have their own contained story, and discussing the events around you in the world with them, they react to things. Obviously, in a game this big, creating a companion that does that, in the way that a BioWare companion does, it would be impossible. It would be a DLC-sized update, right, for each companion. But honestly, I don't think I'd mind. I'd be so much more interested in that than this incredibly lightweight system, which is basically dressing up a Barbie or Ken doll and having it follow you around and pretend to do combat. And that's fine. If people want to do it, go for it. But it's an issue that I think a lot of people expect them to be more effective than they are.
Excellent.
Oops, I didn't even pick that one up. Also, we had a little session a couple of weeks back about the way that the companions progress, and the way that they just arbitrarily like and don't like certain things. That's dumb as hell. I don't like that at all, because it makes no sense whatsoever. But yeah, anyway, enough about that. WP was saying the one way I think they could do limited crossplay in PvP is like a vengeance mode where you can't bring anything in, nothing is transferable, except the X-Play environment. Possibly limited gear abilities. That's a good shout. Yeah, that's the kind of place where, if they can figure out the tech, it might work. And there are plenty of people who are saying maybe Vengeance as a separate campaign. Even the very, very limited types of Vengeance that we've seen already, which generally were not a hit with anyone. There's some people who just praise the simplicity of it. The fact that I could just roll into Cyrodiil right now. I don't have to think about my CPs, my Mundus, my gear, anything. The fact that this character is completely set up for PvE. If I roll into Ciro right now with no changes, I'll have a terrible time. I'll be very, very ineffective. I'll die very easily. Other players will start focusing me very fast, because they will recognize, oh, that's the guy that I killed in one hit. Let's go and get him again. I would need to bring up a build. But with Vengeance, one of the appealing things is that you can just hop in and go. Plug and play kind of thing. So I wouldn't discount it as a possibility. But even PvP, as you've said, they don't like the game mode as such. They hate to see Cyrodiil so stripped back and dumbed down. The idea that you can just queue and go is clearly quite a nice thing. Deathmond, hard to find a group for VOC. Find a group for Trifecta. Another level. Yeah, alright, I see what you mean. Yeah. Sorry, I'm behind again. The trial isn't the best. Many players didn't buy the content pass. Exactly. Yeah. And Fire Thunder was saying, oh, Furo Pure, Cadwell's Gold, almost done. 100% every region, nice. That feels good. Fire Thunder, well, either console players are more dedicated or the number of players is bigger. Look at the event numbers. No, they are, the numbers are scaled. And they've clearly been a little bit too generous with console. Yeah, what they've done is look at player activity, player population, and then made an estimate as to how many quests are going to be done per hour, per day, whatever. And they haven't been a million miles off. But it seems clear to me that console is being boosted a little bit too much. Like they're way too far ahead, aren't they? Is it close to 10% now? They were at 55 like 2 days ago. We're only just hitting 59 now. So yeah. Most my companion doesn't taunt until she runs in. She also doesn't move the boss around. Very rarely do I need to bring her out though. Oh, interesting. So why is it that yours does and yours doesn't? Because of the way the skills work on companions, but Lord is saying, you need to slot them in the order you want them to use the skills. If the first skill is an untaunted taunt, they'll use it at range. I see. And spell slingers for people dismissing companions out of respect for others. Ha! Yeah, don't make me laugh, Khan. Of course, yeah. Look at all the years of Sork players deliberately using their Twilight to prevent people from doing writs. Yeah. This is nothing by comparison. That's funny. Freudian slip there. No, I think you're right. You're completely right. So we can do Hoarder. Hello there. Use it on IA a lot. Later rounds good. Takes 1 million HP off everything. Makes it much faster. There we go. Yep, yep. Ooh, was that a redeem I just heard? At Fire Thunder, I'd consider getting a ROG Ally X or a Steam Deck if ESO manages to go cross-platform. Yeah, ESO on a Steam Deck. I've seen people getting it to work, but it's not... It's one of those things where it works, in quotes, but... Yeah, obviously not a native thing. Fezman saying, I wonder if the Camp Incursion bosses will be nerfed back to what they were originally going to be after the event ends. If not, it's going to be a slog to complete them in a few years when the zone mellows out. Similar to Harrow Storms these days. Oh, I don't know. See, I said the same thing. I held up Harrow Storms as an example of something which is kind of tough to solo. People in chat laughed at me, and then I said, oh, I actually haven't done one in a long time. So I went back and soloed one on stream, and it is an absolute joke. Pretty much. It's very easy these days. And I was soloing them on PTS, and they're very, very easy. They're just very slow. But yeah, if you mean a slog in terms of it takes a while, I thought Harrow Storms, current Harrow Storms, and these were pretty much on a par. These were a little bit less dangerous, but they took longer to do. But yeah, they're extremely soloable. And I'm not talking with a quote-unquote solo build. I'm talking about just bring major resolve and a bit of healing. Reaving Blows is enough. No Pale Order, no nothing. Trial gear, medium armor, squishy setup. People who've been watching the stream for a while would have seen me do this 100 freaking times. I did it so many times. And we were concerned that the boss HP was way too low. And that the damage output was way too low. So yeah. I don't think they need to worry. I don't think they need to change them. With one person, they're quite easy. Just slow, like you said. With two people, they're extremely easy. Especially if one of those is a tank. And with any more than that, it's just... It becomes what you see right here. Very little effort involved. Very little danger. And hey, Eggbirds. Looking for a bit. I'm on a bike. Nice. Yeah, don't get Steam Deck. Furo Pure saying it's so limited by the OS. One of the biggest regrets I have. I ended up getting the ROG Ally X either way. I see. Okay. Belorda, I only use a companion tank doing Master Lock solo because the boss won't charge if the companion is tanking the dragon. Ha! Companions are cool in the base game alone. Imperiex. Yeah, fair enough. If people want to use them, go ahead. I do not mean to imply people use companions as doing it wrong or as silly. No, no, no. They are absolutely doing what the game wants them to do. Clearly. It's just the game doesn't do a great job at telegraphing these are not really going to be that useful in combat. And as I was saying, I don't know how you can say that. I can't say I really blame Zos for not making that loud and clear. It's not a great way of pitching your feature, is it? To say, these things are cool, but don't expect them to be particularly useful. Lol. If you're doing story stuff, you'll never notice that they are, that they lack anything. Probably. Spellslinger, all I want out of companions, exaggerating now of course, is the ability to put hats on them. Why can they not wear helmets? Oh no, we're back on this. I completely agree. Spellslinger and I are very simpatico on this. I can only imagine it's some decision based on not wanting them to be confused with players. But then nameplates would fix that. Yeah. I'm with you. Totally with you on that. And Belorda saying, a few nights ago, I was on an almost empty map and the camps were still easy. They only took a bit longer. Yeah, I see. Yeah. Tubby Candy Hoarder. They can make this game cross-platform, cross-play. A good number of games this old have done it. But it will take them a lot of time and cost them some money. Not sure they'll put in the effort needed to do it. I think it would be good for the game. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a hot take. I think they absolutely would fucking do it at the drop of a hat. Unless the expense was extreme, I think they would do it if they could. I'm guessing it is fiendishly difficult with a game like this. But I agree. It would be great. No question, the players would appreciate it. Alright, so we got 2 goldies today. What's the third one we should go and get? Does anyone need these, by the way? I'm just racking up duplicates now. So if anyone wants that pet, give me a whisper. I mean, they're selling for a little bit, but like 2k. I don't need that. Fellowship chests. Regardless of the physical requirements of our various armor sets, the medallion should be mounted on the right side, near the shoulder, offering additional protection over the heart. Our mages and fighters are the heart of our fighting forces, and so we must protect their hearts and other organs as well. Let's have a look. What does it look like on this character? Looks alright. Often the ones that look best on beefy male characters look worst on sort of lightweight, slender female characters, and vice versa. Yeah, the medium one's quite cool. It's a bit chunky, maybe. The light one's very chunky. It just makes her look... Wow. What? It makes her look ridiculously proportioned. I'm getting pink poop thrown at me by someone. But yeah, I like the motif quite a lot, actually. I think it's a good one. Nothing more disappointing than it's the centerpiece, one of the centerpiece drops of the area. It's like, it's not that cool. No, they did well. They designed something quite interesting, and I think it contains components from all over. Like, you'll see that Breton symbol in there somewhere. It's obviously got the Ouroboros there, the symbol of the Fellowship. It's got lots of different things representing the different alliances, I think. pretty fun. And Belorda saying the companions are worse than pets blocking rip boxes. Yeah, the pets have been fixed now. So many times companions reset bosses for me. I've seen it. I've seen it quite a bit as well, yeah. Fire Thunder, the time ZOS would need to get Sony and Microsoft to sign a cross-progression contract alone would take ages. You're probably right. That is an area I know almost nothing about. But yeah, how interesting. So Gandhi Hoarder, nothing hard in ESO anymore. Certainly not in Overworld. It's sad. This game, endgame at one point, used to be like hard. Yeah, I was talking with one of my groups about this on Monday. Because we've just got our first VCR plus 3 clear. I've lost count, honestly, of how many groups I've led through VCR plus 3 for the first time. But honestly, back in the day, back in 2020, I think that trial was the first one that really made me question whether or not I was a good raid lead. That sounds arrogant, but, you know, I could see we were getting the clears. I was able to teach people who were rubbish at mechanics how to do things like, I don't know, the Manticora in Sanctum Ophidia. And back in 2020, the game was a lot more difficult at that level, right? So you really needed to do the mechanics. You couldn't just nuke everything, and it was dead in 30 seconds before any mechanics were activated. And yeah, this group that I was leading, we never got it. We got into execute a bunch of times, like 10, 12 times. People would always fuck up the flare. We would always have 2 people move at the same time or not notice they had the flare. Half the group would die, then it was over. And damage was a lot slower back then. The execute took a long time. So yeah, we split the group up and reformed it. And since then, I have got a bunch. I think I have 3 or 4 Griffin Hearts. 2 on tanks, 1 on a healer, 1 on a DPS. And, yeah, I've led a bunch of groups through there. But we did this on Monday. And to my surprise, there were 3 people in the group who said, oh yeah, I've never actually got that clear before. It was either 3 or 4 people. So way more than I expected. I thought everyone in the group already had a Griffin Heart. And it was just teething issues with us being back there for the first time together. But yeah, it turns out a lot of people had never done it. And all the people who'd done it years ago were there saying, oh my god, it's so much easier now than it used to be. They've kind of killed this trial, and we all agree we still love it. But yeah, it was Tubby Candy Order has a point, and that's not to throw shade or to be a dick or patronizing to anyone who is perhaps new or inexperienced in trials and finds there plenty of challenge there, but it is definitely fair to say it is an order of magnitude easier than it used to be across the entire game. They've given us so much power. Often I think without necessarily meaning to, although they underestimated the amount of power they were giving us, or how much we would be able to squeeze out of it. The endgame community in this game is very smart. They will find the power, even if there's only just a scrap of it. And hey, Schnacks, how's it going? Yeah, Fez, man, I get what you mean. Slog is in a long time. Vezok saying Miri is the only combat-oriented because of her ultimate. You can nuke bosses even faster. They have nameplates like Companion of... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Something Hannah Horde is saying, the thing they could do that would not be mega hard is let people move from console to PC and move what they have from console to PC since it's only a date. It'll take a little work, but something they could do 100%. Yes. Yeah, like a one-off transfer. Or a copy. Like, that would be weird to copy all my characters over to NA and then have them diverge from there, but honestly, I wouldn't care. I would still do it. There seemed to be a mix of Elven, Nord, and Breton styles. Yes. My own. Exactly. The weapons are a mix of all 3. Alright, Belorda, have a nice lurk. We'll catch you later. And Fezman, I love that they've canonized the ESO logo in the universe with the Fellowship. Genius play. Yeah, it was weird at first, but it works, right?
Hello there.
I think that's fun. It's still a little bit strange to see branding in the world, but I'll go with it. It's fun. And hello there, Trippy. How's it going?
Over here, mercenary.
Zombie Candy Hoarder loves some 6-man content that's very hard and much more 3-piece sets. 6-man content is a thing we've talked about a lot over the years. Yep. You're definitely not the only one. But if I'm playing devil's advocate here and they're thinking, is that a thing that most players would want or would appreciate? And I'd have to conclude that probably not. In the same way that I think Companions and the card game are definitely cool additions to ESO, the fact that they appeal to a fairly small number of players. I think Companions have grown a lot over the years as they've added more and more. Isabel and Ember are two of favourites. Once those came along, I think people were more interested, and Zereth Var's got a lot of people more positive about that system. But ultimately, let's be real, that was ignored by a huge chunk of players when it came out. I'd say more than half. These days, I think those of us who don't play with Companions are in the minority. But the card game, yeah, these, they're niche. They have niche appeal, right? I would not care if they never put dev time into Companions of the card game ever again. Absolutely. The issue with that is that you and I feel one way about it, and if you're thinking as the studio, you want to try and maximize appeal for the vast majority, if at all possible. Unless the vast majority are just wrong. And in some cases, they can be, Like, I think there's a majority of players who would say ESO needs to become easier. I think they're completely mistaken, and I don't think that's just my opinion or my attitude towards the game. I think the game already lacks challenge to a degree that is problematic. And it's not that their opinion is invalid or anything, or that they simply lack the experience. I think it is just... Turkeys, gamers like to be the turkeys that vote for Christmas, We've talked about this a lot. They will identify a thing that they think is wrong with a game and then spectacularly miss the point. And the lesson for devs is to heed whenever players say they have a problem, but to pay no heed to their suggested solution, right? Six people are much better, easier to find than 12. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 6-player content. It's an interesting one. I think maybe before that, we could just get another really, really difficult 4-player arena. And they could maybe encourage people to play with a buddy in Infinite Archive. I don't know if there's something that could teach you that. Maybe after Vengeance, they should learn some lessons from that and have content where you can't bring any gear. You can't bring any skills. You hop into that content and you are given what you are given. And it's very simple. Maybe it's even 1 bar. I don't know. It's just complete spitballing here. Just to encourage people to do that thing. We all have at least one person we could play with, and just see. We've created 2 builds which will work together in a really fun and interesting way. One of you has an AoE pull. One of you has an AoE explosion. Let's go. And just to put some really fat rewards or really fun thing behind it to encourage people to get in. And maybe they'll get bitten by the bug of teamwork and the way that the combat system works when you have multiple people optimizing towards a goal or an effect. It is addictive. I had a message just earlier today from a buddy who came with us on Monday to this trial and said, the good news is that experience got me really excited about doing trials again. The bad news is that experience reminded me how amazing trials are, and now I need all the gears. Because it was like, oh, holy shit, I've been away too long. And I know exactly how that feels. After a summer break or whatever, you haven't done a lot of trials, you come back and it's like, oh, there it is. Oh, it's so good. And there are so many players who have no idea what they're missing. And it would probably become their favorite aspect of the game if they just tried it with nice people and optimized groups instead of pugs. Yeah, Toby Candy Hot, I get it. I'm not always so far behind, but today I've been terrible. And Kichiro, hello there, hello! Should be doing good, playing Tales of Tribute. How are you? I'm alright, Kichiro, not too bad. Not too bad. Had a day off yesterday. Actually took a day off with Maya. My name's Khan, by the way. Maya is the other half of Ninja Pulse Gaming, the better half, you might say. That's my wife. And I'm the full-time content creator. She does this on the evenings and the weekends, but she has a full-time job during the week as well. So yeah, kind of crazy. We're living a crazy existence right now, and yesterday was one of the first days off we've had in a long, long time. So I'm feeling good, doing well, and hope everyone's having a lovely week. Happy Wednesday. And next, if you're still here on YouTube, yeah, thank you for that. I will do my best to help you on the Discord. Welcome on in. Where's the sexy trailer voice, my friend? Yeah, I skipped over that, didn't I? Let's go back and grab it. Was there anything you wanted in particular? Was there anything I needed to do? Because you're right, that was like 10, 15 minutes ago. Thank you for reminding me. Akichiro, it's a good game. I've wanted such a game. Where can I meet my where can I meet new members? You can join a Discord like ours. How about the new event tomorrow? Alright. Kichiro, you can join a Discord server like Ninja Pulse. You could just hang out here on Twitch. You can make contacts that way. There are other streamers like me who are just here to offer advice, guides, tips for whatever. I'm mostly a PvE dude, but there are plenty of folks who do PvP as well. I will focus on wherever you guys want me to. You know, I do fairly endgamey stuff sometimes, but during the week with my prog groups, but I'm not like completely plugged out of the new game, new player experience and players who aren't there yet. So we try to offer advice which is sort of applicable at all levels. So yeah, just go anywhere and ask. And if you are in a Discord, you can get invitations to in-game guilds that way. We have an in-game guild called Ninja Pulse, as you would expect. Alright, so speaking of the Witches' Festival, why don't we take 5 and just remind ourselves what is happening tomorrow. Just thought we'd go through the article real quick. And Johnny did redeem a trailer voice, so that means I have to do one.
In a world of monsters, only one festival was able to turn the tide. This October, join us in Tamriel to take down the horrors that lurk in the dark. The Witches' Festival, coming October...
Oh no, I fucked it up.
Coming October 23rd, rated PG-13.
Oh, I messed it up right at the end. Sorry about that. But yeah, so the Witches' Festival returns. Tamriel's horrors are in for a scare with the return of the blah 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 blah. 3 p.m. tomorrow, that's BST, so 1 hour, I guess 4 o'clock if you're on the continent. 10 o'clock if you're East Coast, US, and 7 a.m. if you are on the West Coast. And then same time on Wednesday, November 5th. You can claim curse compensations, including plunder skulls, XP boost, yada yada yada. So yeah, usual stuff. What do we get? Again, the cauldron doesn't do anything. It just gives you the polymorph. But it doesn't actually give you the XP boost. The XP boost is just automatically applied. They've been doing this for a couple of years now. Alright, so we receive plunder skulls anytime you slay a boss monster. So this is one of those events which it's good fun, but it can also be quite annoying, especially if you've been playing the game for a while like I have. You are going to get a shit ton of boxes full of junk that you don't need or want. So it's going to happen. Just get over it and do your inventory management every day. You will need to. Crack open one of these containers and you have the chance for the following items. Alchemy, furnishing recipe, provisioning recipes. These are good if you don't have your ghastly eyeball, your what are the other good ones? The spider skewer. That can be useful. There are a couple of interesting ones that drop during the Witches' Festival, and they do not drop at any other time. So you can get those. Obviously, if you don't get the drop you want for some reason, if you're just really unlucky, then towards the end of the festival is a good time to buy these recipes, because the prices will never be lower. In fact, if you have to buy, you're probably doing it wrong. Check your guild banks, and you'll find people giving them away for free. Festival-themed furnishings, treasures, and then Holojack and Dremora-style items. If you're a new player, good news. If you don't have these collected, you're going to get them. You're going to get loads and loads of drops, and yeah, it'll feel good. If you're like me, and this is like your 6th Witches Festival or whatever, then yeah, you're going to have all this stuff already, and it's just going to be a pain in the ass to decon these or give them away every time you get them. Now, the special Dremora Plunder Skull. This is the first time you defeat a unique boss type. So, this includes arena bosses, incursion bosses, Dark Anchors, Harrowstorms, etc., delves, dungeons, final boss in dungeons, trial, public dungeon, world bosses, and Thoat in the Infinite Archive. So all of these you can get, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different Dremora Plunder Skulls every day. I mean, not many people are going to do a fucking arena just for that. I think the arena and the Thoat Replicanum coffers are different. But anyway. Yeah, Festival Writs, Glenmorial, Treasure Maps, yeah. Again, none of this is new. There's a lot of stuff which is just old. New, Hagmatrons, it sounds like Hagmatron, like a transformer.
I am Hagmatron. I will destroy you.
No, it's Hagmatron's face marking, body marking, and tradable style pages for the Wicker Chain Soul outfit style, which looks like this. Pretty cool, right? So the rewards are pretty nice this time. And then if you want to kill the crow... That's a typo. It's the Crowborn Horror, not the Crownborn. What? The Crownborn Horror? What? Pretty sure it's the Crowborn Horror. That's a funny typo. And Lord Holojack. Yeah, you just have to do a daily and then pick these up. The first time you slay the Crowborn, blah, 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 blah. Oh, wow. You can, yeah, so you can get all of this stuff. I think there might be an issue where this style, certain ones will drop from different types of boss. Okay. Oh, it doesn't actually say. Also, yeah, this is the new house which we can get for free for tickets. I don't think we'll be able to finish it this event. I think it'll be finishable. No! There we go. Final event morphing collectible of 2025. Oh no, sorry. It's your first chance to start collecting fragments. Yeah, so we'll start it here, and we'll be able to finish it in the New Life event. How's that? I'm just catching up with what you guys were saying. So yeah, I hope that was helpful. The spoopy season has begun. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that word. I think it's been overused. But fair enough. But yeah, there we go. Thought I'd give you guys an update on all of that, just so you know what's up. And in case I don't have time to do a proper written guide for it. We're just going back. Kitten of Doom is saying there are a chunk of trials that I don't have in Vet or the Plus X, but I'm also lazy. Yeah, 6-man content would be cool. Yeah. Trippy, I'm playing Tales of Tribute nowadays and whatever event is happening. Interesting. Yeah. Vezok, not liking the companions is valid. Some of them are S-tier quest lines, like Zereth. Zereth? Really? I think he's the best one. That's why I went with him, but the story is rubbish. Admittedly, I didn't do the second half. But, yeah, for what it is, I guess it was okay. But it's that it's so brief, so perfunctory. It's just completely gone and done. I'd love them to have an actual arc. Like, we talked about this a while ago, we're not going to rehash all of that. But everyone, when I explained what I meant, people were like, oh, yeah, that would be so cool if they had, you know, proper arcs as a character and backstory that you get to unlock over time. Instead, they're designed as a grind. It's just a, or as the devs would say, a quote-unquote, a chase. They're a freaking grind with very little actual storytelling in there. And that is... The combat effectiveness thing is not really a criticism. It always had to be that way. But the way that they turn them into a grind rather than a cool bit of storytelling, yeah, that's a missed opportunity. Or just a preference of mine that I would like. I wish they'd done differently, but yeah. Vezok saying I haven't done enough trials. Well, you know what to do. If only there was a guild out there that makes it very easy to do these trials. Thank you very much for the follow. Mine's 040. Fezman was saying, I personally think the card game is really addictive once you get into it. Yeah, the card game is good. I've never played it, but I already know that it is good. Enough people have told me. It's just, not enough people wanted to do it. We did a survey, and it was pathetic. Like 25% of people had actually played it, 15% of which had only played it a few times and then left it. It was something insane like that. 75% had literally done the tutorial or had never even touched it. And yeah, of course, that was only the sample size of people that we could reach. But yeah, still not a great look. Hot take, Hugo Weaving is a Megatron. I don't even know he was... I don't even know that was Hugo Weaving. I feel like I have negative interest in the Transformer films. I've heard nothing but awful criticism of them from anyone who prizes cinema. I did see the first one, and I didn't have major problems with it or anything. But I don't think I've seen any of the others. I just haven't bothered. Hagmatron is exactly what I was calling it for the first few minutes, yeah. Hagmatron. It's just cooler, isn't it? Hey Wild Harpy, how's it going? And thanks for the follow, Drew's here. How's it going? Welcome on in. Tribute is trash, in my opinion. Wow. Oh, okay. I think that's the first time I've had anyone say that. People are like, I do not care. I do not play it. I'm not interested. It's not worth playing. I don't like card games. Whatever. I've never heard anyone say... I literally don't think I've ever heard anyone say that. That they think the card game is just bad. I'm just not interested, personally. And if they'd asked me... If I'd had the opportunity, I would have said, alright, who is going to work on this game for 18 months? And what could they be doing instead? You know, what kind of expertise are we talking about here? Is there no way you could get them to do anything else with that time, please? But again, that's my take. A lot of people love the card game. They really do. And I'm glad that there's more in this game for players other than just me and people who are like me. It's definitely a better community as a result. Also, it's fun to take a break from the things that you do all the time and know that there's like a big chunk of game just waiting for you. To know that I can dive into the companions if I want and spend quite a lot of time doing that content. Or go back to story, which I very rarely play. Although I love story. That's just an issue of not having as much time for it. I don't know, I like that. So I'm glad that it's there. For sure. I love how normal tabletop card players don't like it, Trippy. Because you don't collect sets. Yeah, I see, yeah. Well, see, I like that about it. I'm with you. Yeah, my own. I think I only did it for some motif. Shadow Ghost never touched it. Yeah, same. Literally never. Never even done the tutorial. Made a point of not doing it. I would delete that NPC if I could. But that, you know, bear in mind, Companions and Tales of Tribute also came out when before I was a content creator. We were just doing DPS guides, and I was very, very grumpy about anything that wasn't either fixing performance or adding dungeons and trials. Or really good story to the game. It's like, anything other than that, I don't care. Obviously, my horizons have broadened a little bit since then. Touching it right now? Super J, thank you so much for the follow. Vezek was saying the films, we're talking about Transformers. The films are bad because it has potential to be an amazing media. The comics have been fantastic. Okay, that's, yeah. And also, it very much takes you for granted as a viewer. I think it's like, I've got your attention now. I'm not going to do anything else to earn your approval or offer you anything except stupid explosions and maybe some lady butt cheeks along the way, right? It's like, cheers, Michael Bay. Way to call me an idiot without actually calling me an idiot. I don't know. But I'm not one of those people who feels really strongly about it. Yeah, Fesmon's just saying, care to elaborate? Yeah. Don't like virtual card games. I want to be able to see the face of my opponent when I win. That is a pretty bad criticism, Vezok, though, isn't it? I think that's valid. Like, that's a totally valid preference. I don't think you could criticize. That's like saying trials in this game are shit because I like to put my hand on the leg of the healer next to me or something. That was a very weird example. But, you know, the game doesn't allow me to see the 11 other players in my team.
Hello there.
Hello there. Like, you can always set that up if that's something you need to do. Cool shield. That was one of the ones that was in the Crown store just recently, wasn't it? Wild Harpy, as for Trials too many meta guilds, you gotta find people who want to play the way you play. You can't criticize a guild for having a certain goal and then kicking you if you're not into the same thing. That's like me saying, I want to join a PvP guild, but every guild I join is into PvE, and they say, sorry man, we don't run PvP events. And it's like, fuck this game, there are too many PvE guilds. No, I just need to find the right one. And I'll also say this: meta is not the whole issue with meta is usually very badly misunderstood. A lot of what you may have experienced is either badly worded requirements or poorly designed requirements, or just people who don't really know what they're doing. A lot of people, they want to run... Let me try that again. A lot of people want to run a trial. They like the idea of being the raid lead or being the guild admin. But there is a huge responsibility, actually. You've got 11 other people. I mean, hundreds, thousands of people, potentially, if you have a big Discord as well. But we are talking about a lot of people and the most valuable thing they have, their free time. And you are asking them to trust you with it, and that you will make that a more universally effective, entertaining, worthwhile, efficient experience. Now, if you're really going to make that promise, you need to do the fucking work. You really need to do it. And I would say 90% of guild leaders, raid leads, they do not. They never signed up for that, because when they said, I'll lead this raid, I'll teach people how to do this, that is not what they had in mind. They're not lying or doing anything bad. They're not... But they are not... They're not seeing the responsibility for what it truly could be. You know, they're not seeing it in its fullness, and this is why you get a lot of guilds which they want to teach people, they want to help, but they don't have time to teach everyone everything. They don't have time to teach people how to put a good DPS build together. They don't have time to teach you how to tank. They expect you to do all that stuff before you show up. And this is all fine. This is all normal. Unfortunately, then what happens is, because typed communication is like the worst way to communicate with other humans, you get people getting the wrong idea. People think because they're kicked for one reason when actually it's something else. People think they're having a big argument when really it's just an administrative issue or a slight misunderstanding. And these things get blown out of all proportion. I find it very unlikely that there are true meta guilds who will kick you simply because you don't want to subclass. They will say, you probably stick to teaching runs, practice runs, and you will do less damage than everyone else. So that's fine, I guess, in these chill runs. But if we go for something more ambitious, then we kind of can't be carrying any dead weight. And we really need everyone to bring the maximum that they can. That is completely fair, especially if they say that before people sign up. There's nothing worse than saying, hey, I'm going to teach you all how to do Dread Cell hard mode, and then you get 6 DDs who don't know how to do anything. Their builds are wrong, their setups are inappropriate, they don't know any of the mechanics, and they expect me to be able to teach them hard mode. I've never had literally this experience, but this kind of thing, it's not a huge exaggeration. You have to be able to set parameters, otherwise everyone else who signs up has a shit time. You've wasted their valuable free time. Like I said, it's the most precious thing they have. Same with people who arrive late. If you're 5 minutes late for a trial, you have not wasted 5 minutes. You have wasted 55 minutes. Of those 11 people, you know? Take the 5 and multiply it by 11 people who've been waiting for your lazy ass. That's an hour of time that you have just spent. You pissed it away because you weren't on time. And if you were like late in traffic, or you had to visit your parents in hospital or whatever, these things happen. It's not like every person who's late is a bad person. But I've been in trial groups with people who are late every week, and eventually they get kicked because it is so disrespectful. I'm just saying, there is a way to flip it around and think of it like some of the groups that say, no, you don't meet the requirements. Sometimes it is fair enough. Sometimes they're well-intentioned, but they don't have the knowledge or the time to really drill into exactly why and whether your build is right for the group. And that feels a little bit unfair when you get kicked or not allowed to participate with no good reason. That sucks. And I'm sure I've been guilty of that as well. But I don't think it's a problem that this game has. I think it's a communication issue. It's not a thing that too many guilds are only interested in meta humping or anything like that. There's no gatekeeping in this game. Not enough to really call it a problem. I hope that helps. I hope that gives you a bit of context as to why you might be having a frustrating experience. But ultimately, I'm sorry that you've been having that experience. That sucks. But yeah, that was a bit of a yap. Yeah, Tribute, you share the cards makes it more even playing rather than being OP. I agree. Like, if people just want to collect a deck to the point where they can face roll almost anyone, well, where's the fun in that, really? That's a single-player experience. Or it's more of a single-player experience. But I know almost nothing about Tales of Tribute, so I should be quiet, really, on this one. When people message me afterwards and say Tribute win is cheating or not fair, I feel good. Hey, likes to play catch. Hey! How's it going? Happy Wednesday. Hope you had a good day yesterday. How was it? A big belated happy birthday to Likes to Play Catch. And Wild Harpy was saying, can't wait till the other skeleton banker. Yeah, and I guess this is in response to what I was just talking about. You've been playing this game for a long time. It keeps getting worse. That's the meta thing. And Vezok was saying, it was supposed to be bad. I wasn't being serious. I don't like virtual card games. I like playing these games with people IRL. Yeah, more fun, more stimulating for me regardless of winning or losing. I can see that. So yeah, I imagine that criticism was somewhat tongue-in-cheek. Clearly it was. But I can definitely see your preference. It's like online D&D is not going to be the same as getting a group of buddies together with a couple of beers and just nerding out over a tabletop. That's a completely different thing, right?
Over here, mercenary.
And Bujenka, I love the name. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. Eltomating and Doriat as well. Thank you so much for the follow. Really, really appreciate it. Ninja Pulls absolutely needs your support, folks. So thank you for every follow, every comment, every sub, for that matter. Very, very much appreciated. There's like that experience once with Cloud Rest. Yeah, tough one. It's just so much more mechanic heavy than a lot of people anticipate, right? There we go again. Again, it's a stupid companion. Look at him. He taunts the tank, then he dodge rolls away. Look at all the damage. Like, it doesn't matter. This is just a siege camp. I think Spellslinger had it right, though. The idea that people will not do this because they realize it's rude or ineffective is hilarious. And Belorda was saying lots of camps getting reset. Yeah, that's hilarious. Is that at least is a player, isn't it? Yeah, I'm a little bit old-fashioned sometimes. If I get a little bit like, ooh, you know, when you log into an MMO that's filled with loads of people, it's a little bit like driving on the road. You kind of got to have some basic respect for the other road users. But I've realized I'm very, very much in the minority, very old-fashioned, thinking of MMOs that way. I used to be that guy. I wouldn't join a dungeon group because that's the pledge. I'm not sure I'm ready for that one. I want to make sure my damage is a bit higher before I do that. I don't want to let anyone down. And then the next thing you know, when you are ready to queue, you get some absolute clueless player just testing everyone's patience, and yeah, it's part of it. It's part of it. And Spice Off is a very good question. Is this game worth starting now? I'd say yes. That's a short answer. Depends what you're into. If it will appeal to you as a person, as a gamer, I think depends on how much you value. Like, do you like MMOs normally? The thing that sets this MMO apart, the thing it does a little bit better than others, the combat system is way better than most. But then not everyone necessarily agrees. It's much more dynamic. You can see I'm aiming with my mouse. I'm moving my mouse around. It's not like this thing where I'm always, you know, I just move my character. So it's quite different already. It's much more like a third-person action game in that respect. It's much more moment-to-moment combat decisions. You don't have rotations like in WoW with long cooldowns. You have a 1 second cooldown on everything, so you can fire almost every skill once a second if you like, but nothing else. It's also got light attack weaving. All of these things, I think, make it the best combat system I've ever played in any MMO by a mile. By a long way. Also, the story is much better than most MMOs. But if you're not interested in story and combat, then I guess you'd have to be an Elder Scrolls fan generally. For this to be worth playing. That is why I installed it, to be fair. I installed it just to check out all these places. Like, I wanted to see... I played Morrowind, you know, the OG, the 2002 or whatever it was game. I wanted to see what Ebonheart was like in this era, in this engine. I wanted to explore more of Morrowind, get to see some of Black Marsh, which had never been depicted before in an Elder Scrolls game. Wanted to go back to Cyrodiil. You know, see the Imperial City again, all of that stuff. That was a big pull for me. But after a while I realized that the combat, the dungeons and trials are like incredible in this game. That's like 4-player, 12-player group content. It's some of the best in the biz. Possibly the best in the biz, many would say. And then finally the community in this game is terrific. Those are the main things I would say that Elder Scrolls Online does extremely well. If they appeal to you, well then maybe, yeah, you're onto something here. And Fesmo just saying I can get that with a physical copy. Yeah. Kidding, so I want to go home and play. No. I know the feel. Lancelot, I'm here. Coffee needs to kick me awake though. Welcome on in. Candy Hoarder, I mean, it was kind of silly of them to think having a card game in ESO was a good idea when they first started doing it. I don't know. I'm generally not a huge fan of that decision, but plenty of people enjoyed it. And it does add something. It adds another layer. And this is another thing that I kind of like about the quote-unquote new approach they're going to have with releasing seasonal content. They're not going to be tied into this model where we have... Well, let's go back the last few years. Blackwood. So 4 dungeons, plus a big zone in the middle of the year, and then a smaller zone. It has to have a new system. Companions. Then High Isle. Big zone in the middle of the year with 1 trial, 6 delves, 2 public dungeons. You know, and it must have a system. Oh, we're getting raided! Dun 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 dun. Hey, not pure! How's it going? Hey, welcome on in, Not Pure. How's it going? Thank you very much for the raid, sir. How you doing today? Everyone, give it up for Not Pure. Hit that little, hit the little heart button. Ah, there we go. Whoa, is Maya watching? Maya, are you there? Hello there. Ninja Balls Gaming just typed shout out to Not Pure twice. I feel like Maya might be lurking. Anyway. It's either Maya or we've been hacked. But anyway, there's the shout out, guys. You know what to do. Not Pure was on the raid train, the writhing raid train, so some of you may have caught his stream anyway. And there she is. Everyone, give it up for Maya as well. She organized the writhing raid train. Not Pure was part of it, which was awesome. Did a great job. Had a fun run in Rockgrove, of all places, with a pug, by the look of it. Man, you're a brave soul. Braver than I am, in many respects. I just get so triggered when there's no one there to raid lead. You know? But it was a pretty good run, actually. There were some kinks on Barse that you guys solved, and then it was pretty smooth sailing, right? But the point is, Not Pure creates a lovely atmosphere, a good hang. You can get to know the game a little bit better, see what other people are doing, just chill out. He also plays other games other than ESO. So yeah, check him out. And where were we? We were talking about the old model that we had, you know, Blackwood and all of these things, all of these boxes that have to be ticked. Plus, we need a new system. We need something because there's no new class, there's no new skill line. Let's add companions. Then came High Isle, same again. The zone needs to be this big, this many lines of dialogue, this many quests, this many delves, this many trials, this many sets. We also need a new system. Tales of Tributes, you know? You get in the picture? They can finally move away from that. They had a couple of years where they knew the Arcanist was coming with Necron, but they didn't have anything in the meantime. So, companions? Card game, anyone? And I just love the idea that they don't have to release a freaking bunch of mythics every X number of months. They don't have to do this many lines of dialogue, this many quests, this many skill points, this many sky shards. You know what I mean? It gives them way more freedom to just do whatever the fuck is right. Whether they and we agree on what is right is a whole separate question, but you've got to agree that the stepping out of the straitjacket of that formula, man, so restrictive. And yeah, restrictions can create amazing creative choices, that's definitely true, but man, also exhausting a little bit. So yeah, that's where we were when we got raided. And Candy Hoarder was saying in the background they could just work on an experience that comes out every 2.5 years. So something really big. That might be too long. I think we're more likely to see fewer really big things and lots of big-ish things coming every few months. I think quarterly or maybe 6-month updates are what they're going to aim for. But the fact is they can do whatever they want. I can't wait to learn more. Can't wait to hear what they've got in store for us next year. And speaking of which, let's catch up with chat now. And then I did want to go over what Zos say they have learned and what they are changing with the Riding Wall event this week and what they are implementing and trying to take on board for future events of this sort. So let's whiz through. Not Pure was saying, okay, I can hear you're doing good, mate. Haha. Oh, it's kind of you. Thanks. And thank you also, John Jett, for the follow. Sneaky Sneaky Maya, how's it going, Maya? Hope you're having a good day. Lily Dryad, thank you for all the greets to Maya. Happy belated birthday, Alexa to play catch. Yeah, absolutely. Love it. Lance Salute, can we yell for everyone and shout as well? So it's going to be a Fusro Khan. Maybe we should do that. Lily Dryad, yeah, and no deadline, no half-finished stuff. Exactly. Lily Dryad bringing the wisdom right there. Wisdom, it's the new sexy. Not Pure, how you lot been? I'm not sure what that says. How you lot been finding the rest of the wall event, mate? I've been doing all of the stuff before I get into bait. I see. I've just been kind of bimbling, chatting to chat, and doing siege camps and what have you. And if there's, man, the new less formulaic release plan really reminds me of way back when Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood. Exactly. Craglorn was the first. I think originally they did plan to have these trials to be part of the story, but at some point during development they made the smart decision. Let's focus on that later. Let's make sure the game ships. Then we get Craglorn out, and then by that time they realized they had to double down and work on one Tamriel as well, to fix all the launch issues that they had, and the fact that people didn't like some of the design decisions they had made. That is how they then went on to Hrothgar, which is this incredibly ambitious, focused storyline. It is still my favorite. I think it is superior to most other stories and zones in most respects. If you take away the technical advancements, I mean, it still looks gorgeous. But like the storytelling and the way that they did it was just really, really cool. And, you know, no trial. They did have the rest of it, you know, the 2 public dungeons. How many delves are there in? There are 6 delves, 3 crafted. So a lot of the stuff is familiar, right? 17 sky shards rather than 16. But a lot of the formula was already laid down. But the fact is they didn't have to do it this way. It wasn't established yet. And then, as Vezok is saying, and Fezman, Gold Coast and Hughes Bane, really cool, interesting zones, much smaller, but the stories are way more compelling because they focus more on character. And they are less formulaic, ultimately. They don't... It's not a box-ticking exercise the way it sometimes feels like when you do High Isle or West Weald. You know? The story has to go boom, 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 boom. It has to have these stages. Each story beat has to break in this particular way. Has to add up to X numbers of lines of dialogue. Yeah. Really interesting.
Joe, that bonus reward.
Ooh, a bonus reward.
A crew
Still
didn't
nothing.
see you are out of crates. You can always purchase more if you like.
I'll take it though. 5 gems. Boom.
Rewards that a crate could contain.
Hey Maya, if you're still here, what time is lunch?
Selection by previous.
We're meeting up at 3?
May luck follow you.
But yeah, looking forward to that, Fezman. Same here. Lex of Lake Catch was great, thank you, Maya. I overindulged in some of my favorite foods, and I'm paying for it. Awesome. Awesome. Dark Brotherhood, Vezok is saying the best version of the faction so far. Actually feels like a family. I really enjoyed that as well. If you can miss it, because you can approach it very mechanically and just do the story. But the fact that they have these side quests, in the Thieves Guild as well, these side quests open up as you go through, where the... you know, your crew want to go and do stuff with you separately. And that is like a glimpse of what the companion system could be. I would love it. And that's the thing. They could continue releasing companion content for years. You know, every quarter, Zereth Var could get a smaller initial story, but maybe every quarter it gets a little bit added to it. And that could just be part of the budgeting for that. I don't know. Then people like me who don't play companions would be shut out. But I would just jump in. I would get going, and I would want to catch up with Zereth Var's story. Oh, have you played it yet? The latest one is a doozy. You know, like a really spaced out episodic story that actually hangs together and has a really long arc. And it might even rub up against some of the events, the big events in the game. Like Zereth Var's story takes you here to Solstice as part of the Writhing Wall. Could be great. The only problem then is that people who haven't bought the content pass would have to wait in order to be able to play it. That might feel bad. But yeah, there are so many interesting things they could do. And more people-based storytelling, I think, is a really key one. Yeah, not pure. Sorry, Titus, how my typing is bad. No worries, man. Not at all. Not at all. We got it. We got you. And Foster Cluck, thank you so much for the follow. And thank you for that name. I freaking love it. I lucking fub it, mate. Quality. So, Lily, it's a kind of wisdom is sexy. Does that mean that greybeards are sexy? Depends how wise they are. Got nothing to do with the beard. But yeah, sometimes it's nice to have something to pull on, isn't it, Lily? Right? I don't know. I've no idea. And Lancelot, I already have an Eastern Skyrim launch community event idea. Ooh. Tell us more. Fezman, yeah, totally agree, Dark Brotherhood. Even if I wished I could have joined the Order of the Hour, I'd love to see a split story design like that in the future. Ooh. And now we're talking. Bolt Dreams, do enemies scale to your level? They do when you're below level 50. Or rather, you scale to the enemy's level, if that makes sense. The game will just buff you artificially when you're below level 50. Once you hit level 50, all of that stops. So you'll feel pretty weak just after you hit champion point level. But don't worry, you'll progress through the early champion points very, very quickly. And you can start adding all of these juicy little tidbits that, you know, they all contribute small little boosts individually to your character's survivability, sustain, damage, etc. But no, enemies do not scale to you as such. And Chicken, think they should introduce new ads to the wall event. Core and Hilda, man. Yeah, Studdleton. The Lithium Blood was actually interesting to complete. I agree. It was, wasn't it? And that was another example of what they could do in future. We don't necessarily need a new zone or a new big zone. We could just have something smaller and then a quest that sends us back to all of the old places. And they can start using... They keep making places like Vardenfell and Imperial City base game so that anyone can claim them from the Crown Store. So if there are players out there who bought the game ages ago, haven't got any of the expansions or whatever, and who come back, they could start making I don't know, is Somerset base game yet? Guess that would be next. Clockwork City. I guess Somerset must be base game by now. And I don't mean ESO Plus, I mean free in the Crown Store. No, it's just year... Why is year 1 not there? Oh, here we go, yeah. Year 1. So Imperial City is free, Orsinium is not. Morrowind is free. Somerset is not. Yeah, so they could continue with that idea, you know? Keep making some of these old ones free, and then you could add new content in those old areas. So fucking good storytelling. Yeah. Lancelot was saying, yeah, to Bolt Dreams. Note, that's the same for everyone. Only gear scales off your level. You're to make it and wear some gear that is not equipable before reaching champion level 160. Yeah, everything stops at champion level 160. So CP 160. Then everything you get will be the highest level it can possibly be. Unless you're dropping, you know, like white gear, blue gear. In which case that can be upgraded to purple gear, gold gear, etc. The usual WoW color scheme. But other than that, that's, you're all good. Man, I've got 7 of these now. Does anyone need any? Do hit me up. They're not selling for very much. So, it should have been... Maybe we should have sold some at the beginning of the event. Because look, there were some dopey people apparently buying them for 100k. That can't be right. That's got to be a staged, like a fake price point, isn't it? There's like who can see your victims afterwards. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, Lancelot, no problem if you're on PCNA. You can ask Khan to invite you to their guild to help you out once you're in. Yes. Lily Dryad, oh my. Lancelot, my Eastern Skyrim event idea is Dragons and Vampires. Combine TES5 story with the online story. The Dawn Guard help you. Dragons become vampiric. We need to save Eastern Skyrim from the vampires. Holy shit. Thank you for the hydrate, Lily. Do I sound like I need lubrication? Yeah, Lancelot, Somerset should be free for jewelry crafting. I completely agree, yeah. And Hesed, I hope I said that correct. I think Orsinium and Clockwork City were in the daily rewards last year. That's true. Yeah. So especially after that, they could just start making these free. And then put new things in old places for us to go and find. You know? So cool going back to these places where you may have been there for a survey or a daily or whatever, but you haven't actually, you know, like the worm cult things. These, it's just the tip of the iceberg. It's a small bite of the apple. You know, to go back to these places and experience something a little bit fresh. I dig it. Speaking of which, let's go and get some of these freaking... where should I go? Fezman, I'm not sure they'll ever make it base game since the jewelry crafting system is part of Somerset. It should be by now, though. Yeah, it really should. Just fucking do it. Like, it cannot be a moneymaker for them at this point, can it? I mean, what the hell do I know? Maybe it's a huge revenue source every year. I don't even do writs that require mudcrab chitin anymore, but I just always kill these guys. And yes, chitin apparently is the way to pronounce that word. Chitin is completely wrong. That's what I used to say when I first read that word. I don't think I'd ever come across it before until I played the original Morrowind game. And you get, you know, chitin from drops. Or someone else is in here, clearly. There's like, I have 15, I've gifted like 20 of the, yeah, the Hashimoto scale. I'm just saying, if anyone wants them, hit me up. PCEU, obviously. They're so freaking squishy. Unbelievable. And that should be it. No. 13 out of 15. Damn it. Hey, Maya. Maya needs them. Alright. I'll save them for you then. Done. How's it going, Maya? Did you message me about lunch? You haven't yet, have you? 3 o'clock? Should we say? Oh. I'm in combat. Oh no. Oh my. Right, who's in Solstice? Thank you, Balnor. Yeah, Vezog, I need more Devay Fear content, man. Oh. Lily Dry, I need Wormride hands if you perhaps have them. I do not. Could make a joke about how you need my hands. No, I'm not even gonna. No, not pure. Alright, can't. I'll be lurking as I must get some sleep. Thank you very much for all the kind words. Anytime, buddy. And I'll catch you again soon. Tell Maya she is the best. Hey, Maya. You're the best. You're the fucking greatest. How's that? It only has like 9. Because every time we've been streaming, I say, hey Maya, you want to group up? Nuh-uh. I'm too cool to group up with you and do my dailies and get my rewards. No worries, Maya. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. I'll see you at 3. Oh, I got a Wormwrithe belt. How about that, Lily? Well, sorry, I need it, so I'm going to eat it. Let me see what I do have, though. I have the Jack and the Arm Cops, if anyone's interested. Again, you can just whisper me when you see me online. Maya the Queen, yeah, man. Not Pure also sent all the peeps here as well on YouTube. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Not Pure. You're a real dude. If I lived on, I guess, East Coast America, I'd say you're a real mensch. But we really appreciate you. Thank you. And Rockinger, we also appreciate you. And Astra Raun, or Astra Raven. The Danish in me wants to say Astra Raun, but could be wrong about that. Either way, thank you so much for the follows. We really, really appreciate it. We are approaching, quite rapidly actually, 7.2k follows, so please keep them coming. Alright, let's see what changes they've made to the... Anyone's Wormwrithe braces. I could trade Jack or Belt for those. I love how this is turned into just a trading chat as well. Yeah, Fez, man, I could see them adding new things in old zones once the full base game zone remaster goes live. Yes, yeah, you could be right that is there's a thing worth waiting for. Hey, Azon, thank you so much. Appreciate the follow, appreciate the support, guys. Appreciate you chatting, hanging out, whatever. If you just joined us, this is Khan. I'm one half of Ninja Pulls. Ninja Pulls is a teaching guild on the PCEU and PCNA servers. We also have a YouTube channel, Twitch channel, obviously, which you may have heard of, or may have discovered already. The other, far more illustrious and sexy half of the Ninja Pulls team is Maya, who's currently typing in chat as Ninja Pulls Gaming. Woo! Yeah, Azon. I backed away from the mic a little bit for that one. I hope it was far enough. But I hope you are all having an excellent, excellent Wednesday. There's no other kind of Wednesday to be had. Oh, no way. These people actually managed to stay on top? That's cool.
Maya! Maya!
Alright, let's be silly. We found silly people. Don't want to crowd them too much. Just general silliness. Afro Jamin. It's a cool name. And likes to play catch. Saying I'm literally like 4 away from the pet, but not really bothered. Then again, does it come with the achievement required for future rewards? You will get all of the stuff you need by the time Phase 3 is over. All of these quests are still on. Even when Phase 3 begins, all of this stuff will be here. And some of them will be even easier to compete next time. Next phase. In Phase 2, which is coming up in about 40%. So quite a while still. That would suggest we've got another week still to go, wouldn't it? Took us a little over a week to get to 50 or thereabouts. So about a week. And this is Maya, exactly. Oh, already sent her mine. Nice one, thanks guys. Wow. So about this event, I've received Stirk, bow, shields, chest, and shoulders. I have 7 more Hashimoto scales. I have 22 now. Wortham Ride, I've got in chest, shoulders, and belt. Yeah, I need quite a few bits and bobs as well. But I think the math currently is, it's looking like I'll be done, more than done with everything by the time we're finished. All right, so let's have a quick look at this. No, not that. This one. So this is on the forums. This is actually from yesterday. I'm just going to read it very quickly. We're not going to read all of it. Just Jess saying hello. It's part of a thread all about people complaining or asking questions regarding the Writhing Wall event. Let's make it a little bit bigger so you guys can see. Oh no, that's not going to help. Oh well. Fuck it. Jess saying, we want to hop in and answer some of your questions, especially related to any additional changes we'll be making to the wall event and learnings for future events. We hear you that the 12-player monster credit list cap is frustrating during events like this when there's a higher than usual concentration of players. This is about you not getting loot when you kill something, because much like Imperial City bosses, when there's an event on in there, the first 12, I guess the 12 that deal the most damage, get awarded the loot. And no one else can get anything. A little bit annoying. But the answer is be better. But of course, then it just becomes a race, doesn't it? Yeah, we're investigating if this is something we can raise. In regard to event quest item drops, we did push a hotfix last week to make vitrified souls more easily available, adding them to Dark Anchors. I mean, they were already on Dark Anchors, I thought. But whatever. And we're making some adjustments to the other event item quest drop rates for phases 2 and 3, so your time spent doing the events feels better. This is going out this afternoon, so yesterday. So let's get in and actually do a couple of supply quests and see if we can see any difference. There's also a technical bug resulting in inconsistencies with quest item drops from monsters. We're working on a fix, but it will take more time and testing than we can accomplish during this event. So, yeah, that's a long-term thing. Event rewards in Phase 1 don't feel as rewarding as you would like. You're going to increase the drop rates for Writhing Wall furnishings. That will be immediate, so again, should get more furnishings. Maybe I'll get back in and do my my crafting ones. And Lily Dryad saying, it would be nice if you could do all the crafting quests for the event at the same time. It kind of would. Actually, that's true. EU servers are smashing NA. I'm NA, it's so sad. No! And thank you very much for the follow, LS. Decent name. Dig it. Likes to play catch. I've got Sturk shoulders in my bank. Spare I'm happy to give away. Oh, you guys are so lovely. Look at you. Look at y'all. Trading drops with one another. Super sweet. Just make sure you're on the same servers, otherwise it could be a long conversation all for nothing. Yeah, so the change will be immediate. As a reminder, Worm Writhe weapons and yeah, Caltrops style become available in Phase 2. Feedback about blue rewards. We're unable to do anything about those, but we will keep this feedback in mind as we design rewards for future events. They just feel a bit empty, don't they? I don't really know how to fix that. Skinny Cheeks and I had different opinions on this, but I think probably we agree ultimately. But he was trying to say, this is trash. You know, we're not getting anything good. And on the other hand, I was saying, yes, but isn't it also a relief that we're not getting all of the actual trash that isn't deconstructible, literally valueless? You'd have to take the time to destroy it from your inventory, which is every other event, including the Witches' Festival, which is starting tomorrow. For a lot of players, and certainly for me, I'm going to destroy a huge amount of the drops I get because they are pointless. I have them. They are worthless. I can't sell them to anyone. So I appreciate not having all that bollocks to to do during this event. But I got some. Not everyone was in agreement on that. But I think that's a fair point. A point which you guys have made as well. That at least we don't have a load of trash coming out. But yeah, no dispute there that the blue reward coffers are a little bit like, well, what's the point? We're only doing them to progress the bar. Lily Dryad already have shoulders. I'm happy to take the crafting stuff, Khan. Crafting stuff. Oh, you mean, materials and stuff. Alright. No jokes about wood, guys. Alright. Keep it clean. Lol. Yeah, for a little added context, while drop rates is something we can adjust, there are a limited number of hotfixes we can push between incremental patches and updates. Yeah, see, I didn't know about that. And each in-game adjustment counts towards that limit. Kind of interesting. Related to rewards here, but we're also making adjustments to the Writhing Fortress boss rewards. Okay, good. Specifically, I haven't even read this yet. Fortress bosses will award the equivalent of a glorious Writhing reward coffer. Yeah, so they won't actually drop a coffer, but they will. Because when you kill a boss, any of the 3 bosses in the Writhing Fortress, I think they drop the same at the moment. There's an east and west, and then a final boss. Video on this coming out very soon, by the way. So that chest will now contain the contents of a glorious coffer. Okay, interesting. Please note the players may still only obtain 1 Sturk Fellowship motif per day from any source. Feedback on the fun factor is also heard loud and clear and is valuable as we plan out future events. Well, good. Good. Sorry this is a bit dry, guys, but I'll be right back to the game. But I think this is important. Like we've taken the freaking time to voice our displeasure or our disappointment. Like I've said many times, my disappointment was much less than everyone else's because I'd been on PTS, I'd done all this, I'd seen what was coming. And frankly, yeah, I was a little bit underwhelmed by phases 1 and 2 on PTS, but at least it meant when the event arrived, I was already primed for that experience. Whereas a lot of people said, "Oh, really? Sure, it's better than any other event we've had," but they made such a big deal out of it. It doesn't feel like it measures up to the hype. And spoiler alert: don't read beyond this point, so close your ears for a moment. In Phase 2, siege camps will be more frequent and deadly, as the forces of the Writhing Wall launch multiple attacks at once. We'll stick up the new boss, which we've already fought, most of us. The Daedra Gishzor, a powerful Maldrith, will appear near the main camp. I've already killed him a few times, because he wasn't supposed to be appearing in Phase 1, but he was already there. And then Phase 3. All the dailies remain the same, including the new ones that were added in Phase 2. Siege camps continue with the same frequency as Phase 2. The delves and public dungeons are still up, and the Writhing Fortress will be open. So, I just thought, let's take 5. and run through that. Like I said, not the most riveting stuff, but it's important, right?
Told us to hold the line, and that's exactly what I mean to do.
Then why did they not increase it with the hotfix yesterday? I guess they don't know what to do, because the complaint is not the drop rate with the coffers. The complaint is that the contents isn't good.
The worm.
And I'll do them anyway. Fuck it, right? But I can see where people are coming from. But I think the gold coffers are fine. And the blue ones are never really worth anything, are they? And I'm just grateful they don't contain any rubbish.
Keep your wits.
Like, genuinely. Is that just me? But yeah, let's see this. See how many furnishings we get from 5 additional crafting quests. Because if, in case you didn't know, this is the only way to get those furnishing plans. It's from these crafting quests. And I've got some really cool ones so far. I traded a bunch of them to Maya already, but I kept some of them as well. Yeah, they could put more housing stuff in the blue ones, or more materials. Yeah, something actually useful. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Lily. Gotcha. No, that's the wrong freaking... Alright, let's have a look. So, woodworking, blacksmith, clothier. Let's see what we get. Nope. Alright, so they may have buffed the drop rate, but all I get is 1 duplicate out of 5. Oh, seriously? That's worth 125k? I already got one of these during the event, I'm sure. Yeah, there's already one in the bank. Yeah, that's just someone full of shit. They listed one for 500,000. It's actually worth 1 grand. Whatever, I'll read this one. I don't know it. But yeah, there we go. And what was the other thing we said? We were going to do some supply quests. Just to test that drop rate. Can we even tell the difference? So I've got the golden sap one. I've been going to Bankerai for that one. Tends to be pretty quick. Lily Dryad. Housing stuff. I mean the stuff that not only drops... Sorry. The stuff that only drops in the taken over delves and open dungeons. Yes, I see what you mean, yeah. Well, welcome on in if you joined recently. This is Khan coming at you live from Ninja Paul's Broadcasting Towers. It's just me today. Streaming again tomorrow and throughout the week. And now my UI is all... Everything is scaled wrong because of the... when I use the furnishing preview screen, it messes up my field of view. Well, there's 3. Three from a single enemy is not unheard of, but I feel like that's quite good. I hate it when that happens. Always log out and back in. Oh, you can just open your collections menu. And then zoom back out. Same thing, I guess, but a lot quicker. And yesterday, I read someone suggesting they could put a tiny amount of different currencies in the chest to motivate people. 10 AP, 5 endeavors, a transmute, stuff like that. I think they need to be careful with this, but I totally agree, man. putting Seals of Endeavor in stuff. That is such a cool bit of tech that they could use to solve so many things. Pledges, especially trials. 1 Seal of Endeavor for completing a trial on Vet. Maybe 3 in the hard mode coffer. Or maybe not even in the coffer, just the drops from the boss. To encourage repetition. I don't know. It's tricky, but the reward system definitely could use... Yeah, so I'm immediately thinking they could have buffed this more. It already feels pretty similar. Like I'm killing a lot of things and getting nothing, you know? But there we go. It's weird, it doesn't take that many drops to finish, but you can easily run around and kill 20 things and get nothing. Just feels like the drop chance is very, very unforgiving. Croxo Man, hello there. How's it going? But yeah, Hess, I like it. Would you mind, since you're commenting, and I want to pronounce everyone's name right. Great, just came from work, Croxo? Nice. Well, welcome. So, Hesedai, is that right? Should I pronounce it differently? I'd like to get this right, so if you'll indulge me, would you mind just typing it out phonetically in chat for me? Sorry. You did pronounce it good. Nice. Lancelot, I made an even worse idea. For when you have the house already, you should get 500 seals. Oh, can I show my build? Yeah, sure. I would not recommend following this. This is just me messing around. But yeah, here's a wizard's wardrobe. In fact, let me just tweak something. I would potentially run this food instead. This is a Nightblade, but it doesn't matter. This could be a Sorc, a Templar, or a Nightblade. 3 of the most popular... Perhaps before Arcanist, probably the 3 most popular classes. Sorc, Templar, and Nightblade. At least in PvE. But yeah, I'm running Rush of Agony just for fun. It's doing nothing most of the time. Occasionally it will yank stuff in. Tideborn is just really good. 1 piece up here so I can run the Mythic. Maelstrom Greatsword to proc Rushing Agony with Stampede. The things we were talking about earlier, building for survivability, that's the next portion of the stream. So you know what? You know what? That question is perfect, Chatori. And Hesedai, I think you're good. Nice. Okay. I'll say Hess. That sounds kind of badass. So I'll just use that for short. But yeah, good to know. All right. If they had transmutes, I'd be all over these wall quests, Subtleton. Yeah, man. I can imagine. I miss Magblade so much. Oh no, don't even. Halt. Every time I go to a Silent Sanctorium, I just get slightly wistful for my Magica Nightblade. Ah, those were the days.
This one remembers when Khajiit Magblade was meta as fuck, especially in Asylum Sanctorium.
I'm getting a little bit Antonio Banderas with that delivery.
Those were the days.
Totally, man. It was awesome. I got a couple of... I got at least one Redeemer with with the Khajiit Magblade back in there. So much fun. But yeah, the point was... we wanted to talk about survivability in general, so now we can get onto this. Ask me anything, guys. We kind of covered it earlier, but the 4 things that I was talking about, you don't need to do all this in trials, okay? And maybe in dungeons, especially if your group is organized or if the tank is good. But my suggestions would be 1. And this is in order of importance. Lily Triad, Major Resolve. All the blurbs, man, just completely. And Maya giving Floofs a treat. I'm just about to go and feed the dog, if that's what you're talking about. So I will do this. Alright, you're trying a Templar DK Nightblade setup. Well, that'll do. The only thing I would change there, maybe drop the Dragon Knight for the Sorcerer because, 1, Major Resolve. You don't need to use Hurricane. Major Resolve, just to remind you guys, is the armor buff. You basically want to have this whatever you're doing, unless it's very, very, very easy content, then you don't need it. In dungeons and trials especially, you should absolutely be getting Major Resolve from a teammate, a tank, running, where is it? Ice Fortress, specifically Expansive Frost Cloak, that morph. It's probably the one that they'll be using. Every class has access to this. Hurricane is just the one that deals the most damage. Alright? Probably closely followed by the Arcanist, I would say. I mean, Soldier of Apocrypha, you would use Crux Weaver armor on an Arcanist DPS. It doesn't deal any damage, but you get free Crux from running it. So it'll cut down on flails and increase your beams per minute, which is a damage boost. So that one's pretty good. But the real reason is that Hurricane comes in a skill line which is really, really good for damage. It has lots of utility in it as well. There's some free healing in there if you want it. There's that fun AoE execute. There's power overload. You can use this, especially in places like Maelstrom Arena, to kill ads on spawn. So you can stand over here. Let me just demonstrate. I guess you could use either morph, really, couldn't you? Depends how your sustain is. But, say you're in Maelstrom Arena. This is one spawn point here where this tree is. I'm going to stand over here on this other spawn point and kill this guy who's spawning in. Meantime, I could do that. And then I could just carry on doing my thing. If you guys were hanging out with Tevi the other night on stream, I think she was literally doing this. Just dropping that on one of the spawn points, and then you can just focus on 2. Either with this or with the Arcanist Beam or whatever you're using. So I highly recommend, if you're a DPS, if you're solo and you're not in trials and you're not like sure that you already have Major Resolve provided for you, Hurricane is a really good choice. It doesn't have to be that. If you can't make it a Sorc, use any of the others. It's fine. Every class has access to it in some form or another. Nightblade is another weird one. It has access to Major Resolve via the Shadow Barrier passive. So if you cast a Shadow ability, you get Major Resolve. But it's probably not worth using that one because it relies on heavy armor. Alright, so that was 1. Major Resolve. 2. Try to give yourself Major Brutality and Sorcery and Major Savagery and Prophecy. Savagery and Prophecy is easy. If you don't already have it, you can just slot Camo Hunter on the front bar. Done. There are other things. If you're on a DK, Flames of Oblivion will give it to you. There are loads of things that provide Major Savagery and Prophecy. The other one, Major Brutality and Sorcery. Again, in Trials, you might not need this. Because you might have a DK running Molten Weapons. Then you're taken care of. It's all good. You might be able to get it from Banner. Someone following me right. Hey, it's Cyborg! But yeah, and again, 2 and 3 kind of go together. The reason to run these is so that you can use Essence of Health or a Tri-Stat Potion. Again, this is all optional. You don't need to do these things, but generally, the Tri-Stat option will in turn allow you to run Max Stat Food. So I have a nice big health pool. I have 24.3k health and 32k stam. And because of these, I'll have great sustain. It's a double hit. Not only does it increase your stamina sustain, it obviously heals you as well, but it gives you a ton of your off resource to use, so that you're spending less stamina in the first place. Or if you're on a Magicka, it'll give you more stamina recovery, so that you don't have to spend Magicka so much. Does that make sense? So points 1, major resolve. Points 2, brutality, sorcery, savagery, prophecy. 3, potions. 4, food. It's that simple. Does that make sense? And honestly, if you just take... I'm not giving anyone a build, but if you take those principles and apply them to anything where you're finding yourself dying, it'll probably solve a lot of trouble. Also, we should definitely mention, as maybe an optional 0.5, I don't have it slotted, but this one right here, the CP, was already very, very good. But now that it... the Templar's Radiant Oppression, and of course the Arcanist's Fate Carver has been changed to direct damage. This thing is freaking almost... It's I don't think they need to nerf it, but it is crazy strong. The amount of healing you get from it. So I hope that was helpful. That is the thing. And let's just relog. Then I think I'll go and feed the dog, and we'll do a solo arena for a little bit. Just to, you know, not that you guys need to see me crush an arena or anything to believe what I'm saying, but just to put my money where my mouth is, I'm going to do a very, very, very easy sort of trifecta-style build in solo arenas. We did a trifecta with this the other day in Maelstrom. We must have done 40 trifectas with this on stream since subclassing came out. The build has changed a bit because, of course, the combat system has been updated a bit, but still those principles are the main things at work there. Those 4 points plus Reaving Blows. Now let's catch up with chat. Is it viable with Stam and without Staff? Yeah. This was the one I was just showing you was a stamina build. This is also a stamina character. This one does have Blockade. Also running Banner. But you don't need to run Banner. Again, exactly the same principles. Major Resolve. I have Prophecy and Savagery. Oh, hang on. Fuck, I actually don't have Prophecy and Savagery on this guy. I have the wrong banner at the moment, so I think when I did Maelstrom the other day, I did it without Prophecy and Savagery, just to illustrate. That's insane.
I have been expecting you.
Oh, that's actually wild. Okay, so I'll change my banner to not have heroism on it. We'll put savagery on there. But yeah, I hope that all made sense. Lily Dried Necromancer, also good for solo. Yeah, because of the pen. Sweet Baby Reyes, sup? Lovely to see you here. Welcome on in. Oh, Storm Calling. Yeah. I mean, both the setups I'm showing you, Chatori, is Storm Calling on a stamina character. And Omega Dan, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. And Kialo as well. Welcome. Alright, what am I doing? Let's find the scribing altar and change this real quick. I don't even think you know what? Maybe I'll leave it. I'm not even going to use the banner. So let's just solve it by slotting this instead. And that means on the back bar we can run... Ooh, I don't know. Maybe this one to stack ads? I'm not entirely sure what I need, to be honest. And Tevi, hello! Hello. Yeah, named buffs can only be applied once. There we go. But Drew's here, you were saying, with regard to Major Savagery and Prophecy, I have this out of the Fighters Guild on the front bar, and it looked like they stacked. Is this a bug, or can you have two major buffs? It's got to be a bug. If it's named, you can't stack them. You can obviously have other buffs that might buff your crit chance or whatever. But yeah, Prophecy and Savagery they will stack because they do different things. Which is right now, you can see I've got all 4. Savagery, Prophecy, Sorcery, Brutality, Slayer, Force. But if I were to equip an additional, like if I put Barbed Trap under a boss, you know, I don't get anything. If I equip a second set with minus Slayer, it doesn't do anything extra. Drew's here and saying I was a Nightblade, so the buff from assassination skill works, so no names elude me. Yeah, no worries. Prophecy and Savagery, I guess you mean. I mean, in the Nightblade, you might be talking about Grim Focus, but that's Brutality. No, there we go. That is Prophecy and Savagery. See, I did have it. What am I talking about? I keep forgetting that they changed that one. Because it stacked weapon and spell damage before, and then they removed it and replaced it with a buff, I keep thinking that it's Brutality and Sorcery, so that's dumb. I don't need that. But I'll probably... In fact... Let me just grab the Execute for the hell of it. Probably won't use it, but it's nice to have it there passively. Yeah, I thought so. Why do my crit chance increase with this on? It could be... Your crit chance by every assassination ability slotted. Could be the pressure points passive. You can have major and minor of the same thing as well. Exactly. Sultan, saw you jab, and now I have jab, jab, jab to the tune of Minion Banana in my head. Jab, 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 jab. Oh no. Sultan, now you've done it. Now we've done it. Do Vadashran, sub 20 Vadashran or else. Oh, I can't promise anything. And, Cyber, by the way, have you tried Talk of Tonal Constancy Mythic on Arcanist with Flail? Wonder if it helps with Sustain. I have tried the Mythic in PvP long ago when it was new. I actually went to go and get it for a specific build that a buddy had suggested I try. But I don't think I've used it on anything since. I think I saw some healers using it when it was relatively new as well, to increase their sustain so they could run more health and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think you'd need it. I don't think you'd need to sacrifice, because at least in a lot of the type of content we're talking about, you'll be killing enough stuff that you can slot siphoning spells or bloody renewal. This is another bit of tech. So we have our 4 main points, and then in addition to that, we've got, you know, Reaving Blows, Bloody Renewal, and or Siphoning Spells. 1500 Magicka, or Stamina, or both, every time you kill something. It's got no cooldown on it. So yeah, while we would have to say goodbye to something useful, we could forget about Rejuvenation. And I generally go with Vitality, Fortified, because why the hell not? It's nearly 2k armor, I'll take it. And then Celerity. And then there's definitely an open spot for one of these. It's really, really strong in those arenas where every kill is yours and there are lots of them. Yeah, Merciless Resolve, Prof and Sav. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Tevi, Talk isn't that good in PvE. Yeah, it solves a problem that you're unlikely to have. It's not that the Mythic is weak. You know, it's a little bit like Dragon Knight Healer. It's not that Dragon Knight Healers were shit. They never were. They've always been really good. They just don't bring anything that you need, you know? It's a solution in search of a problem a lot of the time. Yeah, helping with sustain issue, which is still a thing in PvE. Well, there we go. If you find that you need it, and these other tools that I'm talking about, you can tweak the food that you're using. So I'm going hard on, you know, max health, max stam. But in reality, I could run something else. I don't need to have all these stats. I could run, what do you call it? Dubious Camoran Throne, or Cameron Throne, as I should say. So it gives you a bit more sustain there. Let's not... I'm unlikely to get wrecked as a result of that switch. And if it sorts out my sustain, then happy days. But, you know, think about things like dropping the banner, using more of your off resource, slotting where appropriate, bloody renewal, or siphoning spells, whichever one you need. Jesus loves you, bro. Makes sense. Welcome on in. Good name. So Grim Focus and the Fighters Guild. That's probably just a visual bug then. Drew's here. That's crazy, yeah. That does happen. You get tooltip bugs, which then people report, and they will even have people exploiting them. But actually, Zos are chill because it's just the tooltip. The actual stats aren't there. It's just in your stat sheet they show up incorrectly. Have the same with skills from Assassination, so I just thought it boosted it more. I'll recheck after work. Yeah, DK Healer doing Stagger was fun. No, I did that one time. It sucked. What are you talking about? It sucked. Sustain was so dreadful. But yeah, that is a situation where maybe the talk would come in handy. And thank you very much for following. Chizola, I hope I'm saying that right. I am going to take a quick 2-minute break. I'm going to feed the dog. I'm a little bit late for that, actually. Poor thing. Yeah, I was literally just thinking this. I remember doing it on Dragons in Sunspire, the DK Healer with Stagger. But I think it was literally because we didn't have any other Dragon Knights in the group. So I just said, to hell with it. This is a semi-organized group, I'll do this. But, yeah. Anyway, enjoy, guys. I will be back in just a couple of minutes and we'll do some Vadish running. And I'm back. Alright. Where were we? Lift the tail too? How's it going? Lift the tail, baby. How's it going? Hope you're having a good week. Welcome on in. You're just in time to see us talk a little bit about, like, survivability principles that I think most people know, but a lot of players miss. And they think they're playing badly or whatever because they die. And when in reality it's just a matter of getting Mage Resolve to buff your armor. Giving yourself Prophecy and Savagery and Brutality and Sorcery already. They're so easy to come by now. They used to be very difficult. Used to be much more rare. And that's why we would generally get them from potions, but the sort of the quote-unquote meta has sort of shifted now to increasingly towards tri-stat potions. They're so useful since hybridization. And in order to use them, you have to make sure that you've already got Prophecy, Savagery, Brutality, Sorcery. And then finally the food, which again should be permitted, it should be made possible by the sustain boost you've already given yourself. And then we're also going to look at just how busted the combination of Pragmatic Fate Carver plus Reaving Blows is at the moment. So guys, come on, cheer me on here. I haven't done this in a little while. I don't even like solo arenas particularly. So a score pushing move would be to actually kill everything. There, I'm not going to worry about score pushing. I haven't prepped anything like that. We're just trying to get through this nice and quick. Eggbirds, thank you very much. Running Ropo on this build. Why am I being dumb?
Face the full might of the hunt. I embody life. I cannot my allies surround me. Where are yours?
Pale Order, no. Sorry, that's so obvious. Ring of Pale Order, literally. I was thinking that's something I really should know. Now this is just Velothi, because Reaving Blows is so strong. It was one of the first things that we checked. Pluvia and I went in here and into, eventually, we made it a whole, like, arena Saturday. It was the first time I'd done Maelstrom and Battle Shrine in God knows how long. And we went into several arenas and just thought, well, can we ditch Pale Order now that the beam, Fate Carver, is direct damage? Can we get away with just Reaving Blows and nothing else? And in Maelstrom it was a bit of a pain because, at first, because, you know, you've got these long waits when there's nothing to damage, so you have to be a little bit more careful, but it's still perfectly doable, as you know. It's heavy, but in here I found that it was actually quite a breeze without Pale Order. Pale Order's so good, though. It's crazy that we don't really need it anymore in here. But as you can see, no skill involved. I'm not even sure I'm running the right sets here. In fact, I should definitely change off Sul'Zan right now, shouldn't I? Let's just put on Unsul instead. Yeah, that'll be a better call. But I'm not even switching setups between Trash and Boss. Except for that. I'm just going to keep the same set on throughout. Boo. Sometimes you can get... Oh, hello. Could you stop that? Sometimes you can get a heavy attack in before he lands. Yeah, then of course he does this. It's very annoying. Not especially fast, but fine. Fairly breezy, right? You just got very unlucky with the opening ult that he did his jump right away. Or he did his switch right away. Fezman, I'd really like to see Another source of stagger, very underused with DPS subclassing. It is, yeah, it's down on the tanks. However, as a tank player, I quite like running it. Feel free, if you don't care about your score and you just want to get it done quickly, feel free to run past all of these, by the way. They despawn when you kill the boss at the end. Not a boss, but you know what I mean. Remember to use your bow procs. I forget so often. I just sit there with, you know, 2 bow procs ready to fire, and I also sit on my ult way too often. What are you doing up there, mate? Come on. Yeah, reaving is so strong, right, Timmy? Yeah. I really don't want them to nerf it. I don't feel like it's... Like, I think you said something similar. Oh, shit. That's a terrible thing I just did. Terrible. I just completely messed up my nuke on these 2. Oh, well. Now I can't ult them. Which is very stupid. Make sure you put Major Breach on both. And you're still in with a shout to do a lot of damage before they move. If you're lucky, you can reach them both. Yeah, that was alright, but it would have been better. Like, you could just nuke them on position 1 if you save your, what do you call it, your Languid Eye, and just drop it there. I absolutely love running into Craglorn trial bosses in IA. Oh, it's a lot of fun, right? You never see them anymore, so it's a great little nostalgic trip. But apart from that, fuck IA. Really? Oh, I like it. Whenever I need Marauders for the daily, they're never there. Otherwise, they're all over the goddamn place. I mean, they cannot spawn until Arc 2, obviously. You know this. I'm still not entirely sure how best to stack these 3. I tend to just ult that guy and then try to beam the... Whoops. To beam these 2 together. But I feel like it's pretty ineffective. I bet if I spent 5 minutes actually prepping for a run like this, I would learn so much just by watching other people who've actually figured out the tech and the strats and what have you. Lily Dryad, have a lovely, lovely lurk. See you later, I hope. Tomorrow. I like AI too. I'm guessing IA. Well, I'm halfway through Arc 3, no Marauders. That can't be right. You literally cannot have Arc 2 without a Marauder. Alright, no Marauders in Arc 3 so far. Is that what you mean? Stileton, I remember running for Void Bash without Pale Order. Oh, what am I doing? I don't want to take that one. Without Pale Order or Reaving Blows, Prag Beam was still OP. Yeah. Yeah, man. Hang on, what? Losing time because I've lost sight of where to go. There's no excuse. Like, I don't really enjoy the solo arenas. I think they're perfectly good. I think Valor is really good. But it's not my favorite kind of content. I realized that one of the big things for me in ESO was the teamwork. So with that in mind, you know, they appeal to me a little bit less. But it's not like I've done them so little that I have any excuse for getting lost here. And again, I'm not using my freaking bow proc. I'm not doing off balance or anything like that, which maybe I should. As you can see, like between the flail and reaving blows, he's just not a threat. Even when he's... This is only the second one. But he's still pretty timid. Like, I'm not doing anything fancy. Obviously wearing unsouls, so the interrupts help a little bit. But the point here is that not that this is OP or that these are like sophisticated strats or anything. The point is that it makes it very, very chill. Actually, still possible to die. Like, don't get me wrong, I will probably do a silly mistake and die at some point. This is the riskiest when you're running without hitting anything. Reaving blows isn't doing anything for you. But as soon as you're beaming again, you're shielded, you're healing, you're generally fine. I take my eye off chat for 1 second. Clownfear knocks me down. Or rather, my chat off the game and on chat. Take my eye off the game and onto chat for 1 second. Jeez. I'm losing it, boy. Again, I won't make the mistake here of ulting this guy. He's absolutely not worth it. I'd say what I do is I stack the mage and 3 imps as a separate... I've done that too. You think that's, is that preferable? Okay. I've done that when it works out that the mage is just closer. You know? I've had that a few times. I just fired the bow proc and nothing happened. A little bit frustrating. Yeah, you definitely notice the difference. I will often do this one second. Boss takes a lot longer to kill. My poor scared little Arcanist. Then you can range stack the Ogrim on the eye. Good tip, because you want to ult for that portal, assuming you're killing everything. Yeah, so that would be the proper way to do it. I do love the score pushing community. I love watching other people do it. Maybe I should just, like I said, spend just 30 minutes actually prepping a little bit of basic knowledge and give it a go, because it is a fun thing. But for the purposes of like showcasing Fate Carver plus Reaving Blows, I think most people aren't thinking of score pushing, but rather just getting it done. Oh, come on, I dodged that. This guy's actually quite dangerous and annoying. If he's far enough away, I'll deliberately avoid pulling him because of that. It's a real pain in the butt. But Lord, I did so many IA runs and Marauders always spawned in Arc 2. Yeah, it's guaranteed. Don't think I used the wrong potion, but I might have. There is a weird despawn glitch during Arc 2 Stage 4. Could that be? Yeah, you probably know more about it than I do. Again, this guy can be scary. You want to start beaming early with some of these, or they can very quickly erase your HP, but... like I said, once Fate Carver is up, you're generally okay.
So, you wish to meet destruction?
Just have to concentrate a little bit here. Don't want to get deaded. And you can play very risky at the end because he's nearly dead. And that's by far the hardest bit of the run, isn't it? Like, if I've got through that, there's no way I should die now. I probably will, because we've said it, but... The point is, you used to have to be so much more careful. You used to have to be so much more tanky in the traditional sense.
You made it all the way to the end.
Play much more reactively, aggressively, dynamically. But right now, I'm pretty much in chill mode, I shit you not. Just kind of messing around. And just doing the basics and letting Fate Carver and Reaving Blows do most of the hard work for me. Some people might be outraged that this is now possible, but... Final suggested bit of tech for this, if you're not like used to it. Hey, Imperiex, thank you for that. Start with this one. The one with the lava behind it, and then go 90 degrees around the platform each time. Doesn't matter which one you start with, but... I've never done that before. I just happened to be outranging it when I interrupted the mage, so I was like, well, whatever. My attack is, I really shouldn't ult this chick. That's a total waste. And just move 90 degrees around. Come on. A little bit nerve-wracking when she does that, you know? Yeah, you really want to be able to ult this guy. Major resolve right now. I think I can get away with not replacing it. Potion off cooldown, pop that shit. And I'm not going to ult the boss this time because that's dumb. We should be good. Though I do have an ult ready now for this one. Oh, come on. No, no. What? My game froze for a moment. Oh, that was almost a disaster, wasn't it? I was dodge rolling like crazy. What a cruel thing to do. If that were like... If I didn't already have the trifecta and this happened to me, that would be incredibly mean. And we're done. There we go. I don't think it was sub 20 minutes. I stopped to talk to chat a little bit. I have no idea how long that took, but it felt a little bit long. Don't judge me, Tevi. But, you know, for like a very, very chill, fairly easy setup to run, it's actually very easy. Compared to what we used to have to do in here. Oh, it was just under 20. Done. I'll take it. I promise you guys. Look, let's actually share... what's the exact setup I'm running here? You know what, I'm just going to add one just to be safe. But it's all like... Tweak it however the hell you want. Tevi, for example, I think was doing what I was talking about earlier, running, at least in Maelstrom, Liquid Lightning, or Lightning Flood. I didn't really use Rune of Displacement in here. That's kind of a dumb thing to... Maybe Caltrops would be better. I don't know. But this is not a build. It's just the usual stuff we talked about. The Major Resolve, your 4 damage buffs, so that you can then run tri-stat potions, and then Pragmatic Fate Carver plus Reaving Blows, and you're golden. Honestly, it makes it so easy. So until they release a much harder solo arena, which I guess they will do in the next year, 2-3 years, I don't know. Go and get these trifectas if you haven't got them already, or if you tend to avoid solo arenas, because I don't know if you're like me, you're not really that into it. We've had so many people run a variant of this setup and be like, oh my god, I just got the trifecta on their like second visit. It's happened so much since update 46. So if that helps anyone out there just to get inspired, seriously, the reason I brought this up, I should have said, screenshot it now and send it to yourself, or send it to someone on Discord, or save it to your hard drive. It's not a build that you should use. The sets don't really matter. You can use Sulzan, you can use Null Arca, whatever. It's quite nice to have the pen from these two. Deadly, Null Arca might be definitely better for boss fights. Unsoul is obviously really nice when you've got interrupts to do. Which I do a few times in here, but yeah, just screenshot that and good luck with it. Yeah, some of the Dremora voices are super cool. Dying is bad for your health. It is, yeah. Then you can res and you're okay. Sultan, so we need new solo arenas to match the power creep. Yeah, exactly my point. Exactly. Or do the even cooler thing. Just get all of this content, all the dungeons. I don't care how long it takes them to do it. Go through all the trials, all the dungeons, all of these solo arenas, and make an Uber version, you know, and a crazy extra version. I'd be 23rd on the NA leaderboard with that score? That's fucking ridiculous. That cannot be right. That cannot be right. Are the NA players just not going in there, or what? Where's the leaderboard? There we go. Vatashran. See, I would be nowhere near it. What was I, 198? Nowhere near it. Not even close. Like, embarrassingly far off, you might say. Oh no, what the hell? I was 285. Where did 198 come from? I must be mixing up the time and the score. No, so I'm about 50 on the leaderboards here. Honestly, I don't... Other people know what a good score is. If you were to tell me right now what is a good score in Maelstrom Arena, I wouldn't know if it was awesome or terrible or a world record. I don't know what the numbers mean. I would need to open this up and then give myself a bit of context. But yeah, 50th? Fuck it, I'll take it. But that overstates what I just did massively. I didn't do anything difficult or particularly good. I think it's more to do with the fact that not many people are running it anymore. Yeah, look at some of these. The ones over 300, those are the ones taking it seriously. Wow. Veteran Hollows in the part. Oh, thanks, Tevi. A bash build still fun to play? In PvP, they're a real problem right now. go and troll some people. Go troll the servers. Cyborg. Yeah, Writhing Wall Arena in Imperiex would be cool. Excellent work. Tevi, that was fast. Good shit. I'll take that as a massive compliment. But I stress, once again, it was faster, a little bit faster, because I wasn't doing score stuff. So if you actually are going for score and you do all the portals and kill all the... Like, I skipped a bunch of ads in there, which would have improved the score. So that would slow me down. Obviously. So take it all with a pinch of salt. But like I said at the beginning, the point is to highlight how accessible this stuff actually is. I know not everyone wants to play the same build. I know not everyone wants to have an Arcanist with Assassination and Stormcalling to do everything. But if you've got a Sorc, a Nightblade, or an Arcanist, you could do what I just did fairly easily. And you don't have to continue playing that setup outside of solo arenas or outside of solo content. I don't personally have a problem with using Fate Carver. I do think other rotations, like a Blast Bones rotation, give me that any day. It's way more interesting. but there is something about the sound, the visuals, and the tick rate and the way that the damage feels like it's real time. It isn't, of course, it ticks 3 times a second, but it feels like when you're moving and getting, oh, I'm going to reposition so other enemies are in the beam, that just feels great. That's a lovely little mini-game that is unique to the Arcanist, I feel like. So, yeah, some people really hate it, or they really don't enjoy it. I'm actually not one of those people, but if that is you, you don't have to play Herald of the Tome outside of those. I mean, you don't have to play it at all, but Fate Carver just absolutely smashes it in the solo arenas. It really does. It's hard not to recommend. Insane Cakes, thank you very much for the follow. And Tevi saying, yeah, Liquid Lightning, pretty good with fixed spawns in Maelstrom. There we go, yep. And the resists are super low. First time I beat Vadishron was on a... First time I beat Vadishron was on a Bash build, Fezman. Nice. Caltrops' Poggies for trash in Vadishran, yeah. What's his pronunciation? Vadishran. I sound like a pretentious Californian. Oh my god, you gotta try Vadishran Arena with some Parmesan. You know? It's the fucking greatest. Alright, I'll stop that. Stop offending all the Americans with my terrible, terrible impression. Superstar add-on is a slightly better way. It is, Stuttleton, that's right. I don't have it installed, sorry. It is absolutely superior in that regard. And Terry, the time requirement here is very lenient. Yeah, you can go super chill. That's true. Yeah. What's Heavy saying? You can swap to Ring of the Pale Order for even more survivability and even go get the buffs. I've done that as well. We did that a lot on stream. Went to get the buffs. Templar Archer. I wouldn't use that in here. In Vadishran, because Templar Archer for single target was insanely good. Still is. Especially now you can add Assassination to it. Crazy good. So it remains excellent at what it did, but not very much in the way of cleave. If you've got a trash setup for it where you can swoop through trash with acid spray and stuff, I guess that'll work. There are loads of fun ways to do it. Grey Falcon. But yeah, for the easy, the thing I was showing is the easy survivability, the cleave, the Diggler's Dirk. That's a great name. I love it. For all of those things, man, Fate Carver plus Reaving Blows is just... get out of here. Bonkers. But how you doing, Zim? Hope you're having a good day. Everyone give it up for Zim. So I think 300k was my 300k. Sorry, was my baseline for a good score when I started score pushing. If I didn't know better, I'd say that I know number 13 on the Radishran leaderboard. Yeah. Yeah, spotted that. There we go. Like I said, those over 300k definitely taking it seriously. Also, Astaroth is a friend. He's in Ninja Pulls. Excellent player in our Leo group. Mag kinda Buka. Hide in toilet. Oh my god, these names, man. I actually know so many of these names from just random progs that I've been in over the years. Fun. You guys probably can't even see it because I'm playing in 4K. Sorry, and streaming in 2K. Tiffy, wait, I'm 13? Didn't even know. Also, less people pushing in this patch since the damage got nerfed. Yeah, that's true, yeah. Nice. GG's Tevi, exactly. Fate of ESO is in our hands. Carve your way to victory. How many points did Khan miss by skipping ads? Oh, fuck knows. 20k, so... I might have hit 300 or thereabouts. I was at 185 or 285 or whatever. But I would have lost some time as well. Knock 5k off for that. But yeah, the point is... You know, if more people were score pushing, I would be nowhere near that leaderboard. That wasn't the point. Point wasn't to see how high I could get. It was just... how can we cruise through this in a way which is kind of fun? It's one of the weird places where I feel like it's got more fun Or it's become easier, but it's not become boring to do. And then if you start score pushing and set extra challenges for yourself that the game isn't actually putting on you, you're just deciding, oh, I'm going to see if I can do it in under 15 minutes or under 18 minutes or whatever. Then it's great. I feel like Vadashran has done really well in terms of it's aged well, should we say. Making it much easier hasn't made it much more boring, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And by the way, the Maya emoji really confused me at first. Due to the size, it's not that easy to make out. Thought it was Maya giving the middle finger. No. No worries, Grey Falcon. Stamden. I mean, anything with as long as you're subclassing, you can do really, really well on anything. It depends. When you say Stamden, do you just mean a warden that is stamina? Look at this Dunmer with the eyes. The Dunmer looks so fucking cool in this game. Peak Dunmer, I think ESO is. They look pretty great in Skyrim. Kind of wild and animalistic. The wood elves too. In fact, all of the elves, now to think about it. They almost have a little bit of that styling that you get with vampires in certain horror films. That they give them these slightly animal features.
There's nothing heroic about fighting in worn-out gear.
Do we get any furnishing? Nope. 1929 would be 313 with all the ads. Yeah, but then we'd lose more than a minute with that easily. Probably a couple of minutes. And below that, after update 46, I did 2 Valishran runs, not much preparation. I got 302. Well, there we go. Did you take a similar approach? My first, I forgot to slot Reaving Blows and only realized it when I died at the Pyre Lord. Well, there we go. Thank you guys for backing me up. I did not do anything special. That is very, very easy to get to that point. If you're familiar with, you know, the usual cues and tells for block, dodge, interrupt, etc. Survivability. It's crucial. A lot of players miss it. Or they think that it implies losing a whole lot of damage. You know, the classic one would be, oh, I don't want to put everything into stamina, I want to keep some stuff for health. No, 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 no. You absolutely don't need to do that. And there are so many other ways in which people will trade off their damage for survivability when in fact they could deal as much damage as ever if they just use the tools in a certain way. That's what it's all about, I think. And thank you very much for letting me go down that particular rabbit hole. I hope it was useful. We are, by the way, planning to put, as per somebody's requests, planning to put a YouTube video together just on this. It's not going to be a build. It's not about Maelstrom or Vadashran particularly, but like, you know, how to build for survivability without fucking up your damage kind of thing. Likes of Lake Hatch, Bobo Stamden's going to be my little side piece to try arenas. Well, let me know how it goes. I haven't made a build like that in a long time. Let's just do some siege camps. See what's up. Yeah, kind of sad that it got so easy, Valorda. I know what you mean. Your damage is just king. And the fact that you can get healing through damage and sustain through damage if you're fighting multiple enemies, stuff like that. That is, I think that's it, isn't it? In fact, the Reaving Blows is healing you as you kill shit. Bloody Renewal is refilling your stamina bar as you kill shit. This is what used to make the Nightblade so interesting, right? Is that it, I think on our website it still says this, the Nightblade thrives on combat or conflict or whatever. Because the idea that you build up your bow proc, you fire your bow proc and heal yourself and deal more damage and save your sustain. It's a very sort of vampiric theme. People think of the Nightblade as being the rogue class or the stealth class, and it kind of isn't. If you look at it the way it's designed, it's got a much more vampiric thing going on. I mean, siphoning is literally the name of one of the skill lines. And it used to be that the Nightblade would work like that, but because of these tools we've been given over the years, whether it be through mythics, champion points, sets, subclassing, whatever, we can now do all those things better than the Nightblade ever did, whichever class we're on. I suppose the Magplow would be an example of it as well, right? Puncturing, puncturing strikes? Puncturing sweeps, sorry. Oh, sorry, Grey Falcon, I gotcha. Yeah, Lakes of Lake Catch was talking about Stamina Warden. What makes them run over here, I wonder? I don't feel like anyone's taunting them, there's no way. Not from over here. Because that guy spawned at the other Reaper, way over the other side of the camp. Even if it wasn't special, still a good run. Yeah, it was alright, wasn't it? And it's fun. While I agree with Belorda, it is a bit sad that it's become so easy. I do think there are examples where that easiness hasn't tanked my enjoyment of it. Vadashran is one of those. The fact that it goes a little bit faster might even make it more fun. I don't know. By the way, the fastest time on EU this patch is 14.5 minutes. That's amazing. I don't know if Tubby Candy Hoarder is still here. That is probably the most like Jimmy car I will ever sound. That laugh. Okay, here we go again. I bet apples to oranges, that fucking Azander moving the boss out of my ult is the same one as before. Please don't use your companions, your tanky, taunty companions in siege camps, guys. Do it for me. Do it for world peace.
Nice work. The camp is secure.
But Lord, I want to cry every time an ex-WoW player enters ESO and picks Nightblade because he always plays Rogue. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, there are definitely tropes in the mix here. The Sorcerer, the Templar, the Nightblade. But not really in terms of how they play. And I think it's a long-running problem. It's not a major problem, but it's like a source of misunderstanding and confusion that people expect, because those classes kind of fit into archetypes that we know from D&D or WoW or wherever else. Somewhere very mainstream and established. That they think they know that the class ought to play a certain way. Like, I've lost count of the number of forum posts from Sorc players who say, but Sorc isn't even supposed to work like this. It's supposed to be about lightning. It's like, no, have you played the class? Have you ever read any of your tooltips? Do you know anything about this character that you picked? And the answer is no, because it's never been about that. If they were to say, I would prefer it if Sorc just dropped all the demonic summoning and dark magic and was all, you know, that shock elemental damage, that would be a different thing. But to say that the designers of the game have got it wrong by making something different and unique rather than just feeding off the same trope as every other fantasy game out there, I don't know, man. It seems crazy. So you're like, it's like you're wishing for a less interesting game. And sorry if my voice is going a little bit. Don't know if you guys can hear that. It's the same when I hear people saying, "Oh, ESO needs a bard class." The immediate, I'm not saying a bard class would be rubbish, but you know, explain to me why. Why do we need it just because it's a D&D trope? And frankly, one of the weakest D&D tropes I can think of. But it's never interrogated. It's never sort of invested. Yeah, we never sort of unpick the issue.
Don't leave any behind.
It's just thrown out there as a thing. Hashtag bard class. You know? with apologies to anyone who would like a bard class. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything like that. I just don't think we should necessarily be wishing for more tropes and more tropiness in this game, which has the rare distinction of doing something kind of interesting in the fantasy genre. Like, let's face it, in the words of Terry Pratchett, the vast majority of fantasy authors, and he's talking about books here, but we can definitely say the same about video games. We're just rearranging the furniture in Tolkien's attic. Which is a great line, and very true.
Well fought, Fellowship. We pushed the enemy back.
Yeah, Zim, absolutely. We don't need a bard class. We have a classy bard already in your fine, fine self. But yeah, it would be an interesting challenge to make a bard class that actually made sense and was interesting, and for we talked about that on this channel before. Yeah, but a lot of the follow players who start attacking the Reaper and switching in between. Exactly, yeah. And Grey Falcon, for the second class, if the main is Templar with bow, do you think Nightblade? Yeah, I think so. And that way you can have a lot of fun with... That's actually a perfect start to subclassing in a lot of ways, because you could keep Adric's Spear and Dawn's Wrath, just ditch Restoring Light and go with Assassination. That way you only have to focus on one subclassed skill line to begin with. It'll offer you a lot of extra stuff. The only thing you won't be able to do, which is kind of important, potentially, is what I've been talking about with Major Resolve. You won't have a source of Major Resolve. But for dungeons and trials, you should already be given that by somebody else. And if you're an overworld, you'll find that you won't need it half the time. And if you're doing solo arenas, or you're beginning to solo some dungeons or whatever to practice, then you can switch to Storm Calling. But yeah, for now, those two Templar Alliance plus Nightblade sound pretty good. Good place to start. It gives you an easy road in as well. You only need to subclass one thing. Then you can level all the other skill lines as you go. Iris builds, and Tolkien borrowed that furniture from a lot of myths. You saying Tolkien didn't invent? But I wasn't making a comment about plagiarism, or I was making a comment about originality. And in doing something interesting and telling a story which is interesting. And I find so many comments that come from players who are kind of steeped in the
Hello there.
automatic fantasy knee-jerk stuff that we have. You know, the internet is full of this. Video games are full of this. And it can be a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. A new game just came out called Fellowship. It's either entering final stages of early access, or it's actually finished and available. I don't think I'm going to play it because it's much more WoW focused than I originally realized. But basically, it's just a dungeon crawler. It like takes the experience of doing dungeons from ESO, Guild Wars, WoW, obviously, New World, and strips away all the overland stuff, all of that rubbish, or the grind they have to do. Oh, I need to go and farm this set. Nope. You just show up for dungeons with your 3 buddies, and you go. But obviously it is loaded with fantasy tropes, you know, pilfered from other games, and that's absolutely fine. Because it's doing something more mechanically interesting. I don't mean mechanics as in fight mechanics, but you know what I mean, the functionality, the pitch of the game. Hey, MMO dungeons without the MMO bit. That sounds cool as fuck. I really love it. And guys, check it out. Fellowship is the name. This is not a sponsored stream. I'm just giving them a free plug. But I've been watching that early access with some interests. So there are definitely cool and fun things that can be done with very little storytelling or conceptual originality. But come on, I don't know, when people talk about wishing for the rogue class, the paladin, the bard, my heart sinks a little bit. It's like, come on, dream a bit bigger. What's that line from Inception by Tom Hardy? You mustn't be afraid to dream a little bigger, darling. Eggbird's hot take, Khan. Bards have been a trope pretty much since the beginning of D&D. Started out as a sort of subclass of the rogue. Yeah, yeah. I just think it's a fun... And it goes back to this whole thing with D&D coming very much out of American storytelling traditions and cultural signifiers and tropes and stuff like that. In the same way that Warhammer draws very heavily on British and Northern European cultural stereotypes and things like that. There's often the dandelion... there's the Jaskier, as he's known in the TV show, the dandelion type character in the books and the games of the Witcher series. This guy who was there, like, recording the story, and he's definitely in there as a little nod by Sapkowski towards that trope. But it's hard to argue that he is much use in any of the fights that they get into. So a D&D campaign isn't so much about the combat, that you're going on an adventure together. When we're in a video game, it would suck to have a character in your party who has no function within combat. Yeah, but let's not go there again. The trope is slightly absurd, I would say. I stand by that. It's quite tongue-in-cheek, in a way that a lot of them are, I suppose. But I think it stands out. I think I can... I don't think that's a hot take. I think the more you think about it, the sillier the bard gets as a fantasy trope. It's a little bit like time travel in science fiction. The more you think about it, the more you wish they would just stop doing it. Because it doesn't hold up. You know? Maybe that's a more apt example. It's a lot of fun. And I wouldn't want to be without time travel stories, because they can be a real giggle. But yeah. We could do better. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, they let the companions do the laundry while you save the world below. I like this. And Shanax, yeah, WoW players usually pick Sork. It's probably true. Yeah, Adric Spear with Nightblade Assassination, extremely strong. Skyrim players are go Nightblade. Maybe that's true. I don't have the confidence to call any of this, to be honest. But yeah, I think that's probably that holds up. Shanax, fans of the Elder Scrolls are more likely to go with Nightblade because of the sneaky playstyle. It can often be really rewarding, especially in Skyrim. It was really cool. Sneaky Bobo. And Benders. Banders. One thing I hate about Sork, the models for the Summon Companions, they're everywhere and seem so outdated. That's true. That's very true. Yeah, reskin of the Scamp and the Twilight would be cool. Yeah, that's fair. And Egbert's saying, not saying ESO needs a barb, just chiming in. Yeah, on it being a weak trope. It's not always weak. It can be really fun. Like in The Witcher, for example. That's a great character. No one would want him to be gone. But imagine you run a D&D campaign of The Witcher, which is just combat. Imagine there's Yennefer, Ciri, Geralt, and you draw Jaskier or Dandelion. And you're like, right, will we enter a cave full of trolls? What the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm going to sit in the corner and jerk off with my loot. You know? I think that's sort of the problem we might run into. Tevi, yes, generally frowned upon if we say, I want to play with Zim. And Schnax, it would be interesting to see an actual survey what other games and classes they're in, people played, and what class they picked first. Yeah, so, man, I would love that. Really interesting, yeah. And Iris, not even the ring? Right, you don't think Tolkien was an inventor of any kind? Well, that is a hilarious thing to claim. Talk about hot takes. That is so hot, it needs to be buried down in the core of the earth. Tolkien was not an original creator. Did he take inspiration and lift liberally from other things? Absolutely. I think you're taking a very complex issue and trying to collapse it down to a black and white binary 1 or 0 thing. I think you might be barking across the wrong hot dog with that one. Tebby, oh, you're loving Fellowship. Yeah, early access last week. Okay, yeah, that's... Gortrek and Felix are literally Geralt and Yaskia. Yeah. Totally get what you're saying. Yeah, multiversal time complex. And Osgo West, drops it still on? Absolutely still on. It's on for almost a month now. You've got a few weeks left. I will be raiding off shortly. Just want to make sure I've caught up with everything in chat here before we bounce off. So I might not have time for Iris or Iris builds. Might not have time for that essay there. But let's see. Eggbirds, I don't think Dandelion is fully representative of the bard trope. No. No. That would be too simplistic. We have a bag of Jersey off juice in our DMT campaign. Kidding, I'm not jerking juice. There we go. Jersey. Jersey off juice. Interesting. All this talk about bards plays the bard song, Peter. Ah, let's sing the bard song. I love Blind Guardian, by the way, but I'm allowed to take the piss. Much as I love most of the things that I take the piss out of. Alright, Iris builds. Cringe. I'm always so disturbed by equating worthiness with usefulness in a physical fight. I don't mean it that way 100%, but I for one would love to play a character like Dandelion. In an adventure, absolutely. But for a game focused on combat, funneling resources for 18 months when you have the one chance to create a new class every few years maximum, and choosing that one, I refuse to believe that is the best option on the table, I guess is what I'm saying. But yeah, just to finish, I for one would love to play a character like Dandelion in a video game, like a single-player game. I'm with you. Hell yeah. Because if you think beyond killing bosses, he's the one that calls people on their shit. He's the one that gets them at the rooms at the inn. Well, Dandelion doesn't, but yeah, an actual capable individual who was a bard and a spy. Dandelion is sort of hapless, but just about smart and charming enough to get it done. But yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm not quibbling with you on that. He's the one that gets the rooms in. He's the one who is, in a way, the mental healthcare character that keeps the characters human instead of killing machines, and including such an aspect in an RP game. Yes, all of which I agree with. That would be fucking cool. Like in the D&D movie, the main character is, the one, Honor Among Thieves? The main character is a bard. Is he useless or ineffective? No, not at all, but they don't really lean into a lot of the barding stuff that he does, but he comes up with the plan. And yeah, I'm not going to get into that because we'll just be quoting that film. I actually thought that film was pretty fun. It would be great as long as it's equated with how useful in a fight. That will never happen. Yeah, I completely agree. But when we're talking about a new class in the Elder Scrolls Online, which, yeah, is very much locked inside the strictures of the MMO and the combat thing and what those classes, what it means, that's why I'm slightly dismayed by... There's a lot of knee-jerk talk about what we should and shouldn't have in a game like this. And apologies if it sounded like I was adding to it. It's certainly not my intent. I'd love to unpick all this stuff and think, well, what would actually be fun? What would actually be effective? So thank you for that. Appreciate the long message. Glad I was able to read it. Kidding, it's lol, autocorrect. Yeah, funny, right? Take the piss. That's what fishing video was for. Exactly. Right, on that note, guys, we're going to have to raid off because I cannot stay any longer. I'm very sorry about that. Hey, a quick appeal. We did not get a single sub during the stream today. Just a reminder that we do absolutely need audience support in order to continue doing this. Doesn't have to be today, doesn't have to be tomorrow, but generally when your subs are up, please do consider throwing primes at this channel. We're doing a lot for the community, or we're trying to do a lot for the community. We're trying to keep the raid trains and the guides and all of that stuff coming. The teaching trials are going to be doing more of that this month. I'm getting on to updating the website this very afternoon whilst working on that YouTube video we talked about.
Delightful.
Thank you so much for the cheer, Eggbirds. Really, really appreciate it. Tomorrow we'll be back again, probably at 11 AM once more, UK time. And let's see who we're going to raid off to. Stay with me, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to raid off to someone awesome. I've just got to figure out who. Let's go and say hello. Hey, let's go and say hello to Herway. Herway is a lovely, lovely guy. PvP is his bag. He does a lot of PvE as well, so he knows the game inside out, backwards and forwards, and he is an excellent PvP healer. So go ask your questions. Drops are still on his channel, so if you're looking to complete your drops for ESO's Twitch campaign, worry ye not. You will get them there. But go and say hello to Herway. Make a lot of noise when we raid into his channel. He's a lovely, lovely guy, and he's a friend of Ninja Balls as well. So, yeah, go and make some noise and have yourselves a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. I'll see you later.